概要をください。
Our knowledge that we have in Japan is quite limited because of the lack of news of your movement here. So if we ask you some rude questions, you will allow us, you will forgive us.
No,
Please.
no, that's all right. Ask any question you like to.
In order to know the fact, he'd like to know, first of all, the things that you advocate in your movement.
I would like to give you a little summary of our work. First of all, I am a divine appointed person. I'm not a person that have picked up some kind of program on my own card. I'm divinely sent to warn my people of the destruction of the white race here in America, especially number one. And since my people are here, right in the midst of them, God have asked me to warn them to join on to their own kind and separate themselves from the white man, because he is going to destroy him and the white race. And America's number one. He said he would destroy America's first, and the others later on, but America's goes first. All the American people that is in Asia and Africa, he will have them brought back here, and here will be the death of all of them. And my work is to warn my people of this destruction that is now coming to America, and to teach them a knowledge of self.
To teach white people, you mean?
Teach my people
My people.
the knowledge of self, and to clean them up and reform them. My work is to reform them. They has been following the white man for 400 years, and they do as he said do, and he has led them astray, and has gotten them practicing evil and filth. And my work is to reform them, make them fit for the acceptance of better society of people in the world.
Did you say that you were going to bring all the white people from all parts of the world to this land?
All the Americans
Yes.
that is living in other parts of the earth, Asia, Africa,
Yes.
the islands of the sea.
Yes.
He said he'd gather them all, bring them back here to kill them here
Okay.
in America.
What is your opinion of Christianity?
The white man's organized religion, they enslave black people. I don't accept it as being a divine religion. It is a religion that was organized by white people for the purpose of deceiving black people with, to control and rule the black people under that religion. Christianity is a religion, their fundamental principles of belief is contrary to the divine principles of God. Their principles of belief is first a belief in God the Father, second the Son, third a Holy Ghost, and that they ascribe sonship with God. We don't believe in God having a son. He don't need a son. He's not married, and he don't need a son. So to charge him with getting a son by Mary out of wedlock, then he's considered to have committed an act of adultery, since the divine law teaches against getting children out of wedlock. So they charges God with that. And it is backed by the power of the Western white imperialistic people, and Rome is the capital of it, and it is a complete religion of the white people. We believe in Islam. We believe in God being one. We believe His prophet is one.
Prophet.
We believe in His prophet as one. In the last day, He have a prophet with Him in the resurrection of the dead. We believe in Him as Muhammad. And we believe that in the judgment of the world. We believe in the judgment.
Judgment.
Yes, sir. And the resurrection of the dead. But we actually believe that we are the dead, mentally dead, that must be resurrected twice. The so-called American Negro, who is not a Negro, it's a slang the white slave masters give him.
Yes.
His real name is, he's a member of the black man of Asia from a tribe in that nation by the name of Shabazz.
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 Could you spell that?
S-H-A-B-A-Z-Z.
Could I interrupt your comment? You spoke about people being mentally dead. What do you mean by that? Your people are mentally dead now? You know
Mentally dead to the knowledge of self and their kind and God and the devil. They don't know these in reality.
I see. We have been told in Japan that the aim of black Muslims here is the separation of your people from the white folks. But since we have heard what you said now, your aim is really not only to separate yourselves from the white people, but to destroy the white people. Does that mean that your theory has changed, or it has always been the same?
That's right. We must be separated from the American white people. We have been here under them as slaves for 400 years. They have mistreated us. They have beaten and killed us night and day. For the duration of that time, 400 years, we are still deprived of justice in America. We are not looked upon wholly as a human being. We don't have the rights of a human being here, not to think over civil rights. And we are asking for total separation. And if America doesn't wish to return us, if America doesn't wish to return us where we came from, then I am asking America to separate some of this territory where that we can live in a part of it to ourselves, set up our own borderline, and live and build a civilization like we want, and not as he wants. And that he, we believe that he is obligated, should be, to finance us in that which we will not be able to produce for the next 25 years after total separation in some part of the earth that we can call our own country. He supports us there.
He has to support you.
Yes, sir. Until we are able to produce the needs of our people.
So you are thinking of going back to Africa if America takes care of that?
If America will return us back to Africa, that's just fine. We will go.
I see.
In the part owned by the Muslims, we can't carry Christian believer from here.
I see.
We all have to be Muslims to return to Africa, Arabia, Pakistan, any of those Muslim countries. We have to be Muslim. And the Christians stay here with the Christian for the voice.
Could you describe a little bit more about the destruction or killing of white folks that you mentioned before?
As I said in the beginning, that God have revealed to me His purpose to destroy America. The time of all white people is up as ruling powers over dark, brown, yellow, and red races. His time is up. He was to live only 6,000 years on our planet and rule us under evil, to try the original people under a ruler of evil. He was made a devil from the very beginning. Yes, he was made a devil and was taught tricks how to trick the original darker people into believing a lie for truth and truth for lie, and to divide them and put one against the other so that he could rule them. That's what he has been successfully doing with us here in America and in parts of Africa. And most all over the world, wherever he gets a hold of that particular people under Christianity, he deceives them. And that people automatically becomes a subject of his.
Thank you.
And God says to me that he will destroy this country in one day. And that, he said once it would be destroyed in 12 hours. And
be destroyed in 12 hours?
In 12 hours. And I asked how. He says by cutting a short into gravity, causing the exploding of the atom over America.
Could you say that again, please?
Cut a shortage into gravity, and that will cause the exploding of all the atoms over North America and turn it into a complete flame of fire. As far up as air goes, it will be in a flame. And he said it will burn for 390 years.
God will destroy this part of the world, the whole world?
No,
this
just America alone.
World. By cutting a shortage on gravity?
Cutting a shortage, causing a shortage into gravity. Like a shortage, in electric.
Yes.
And that will explode all the atoms over the continent. And turn it.
He has been told in Japan that by white people that black Muslims account only for 1% of the colored folks in the United States. He wonders if this percentage is true. If you have any better information on this, you'd like to know. And also he'd like to know the activities, some of the activities that you are doing here.
We don't have a record of all the followers or believers. They are hard to keep up with. We get 100 today here, 50 over there, 25 here, 30 somewhere else, and then at the same time we get maybe 300 or 400 sympathizers.
Yes.
And you understand what?
Yes.
Not they're really joining up with us, but they with us in idea.
Yes.
And this way they may run to 1 million in sympathy, and maybe 250, 300 or 400,000 actually registered. See,
You don't have a record? No.
we don't keep a total record of all of them, but we do have a record of over 200,000.
Are there other groups like French or of other nationalities in your group?
No, we don't have any other nationality. We have some not French people, but we have a few of your people.
What people?
We have a few of your people.
Oh, Japanese or
yes,
Chinese?
And Mexicans, we have some of them, and Panama, and down through the Central Americans we have some. But we don't say that we have foreign people when it comes to you, but French and the American people are the same almost. They're white people.
Yes.
And we just exclude all whites.
What are the kinds of colored people who are the believers of your belief? There are quite a few students, I'm told. Is that true?
About 99% of them is all my people here in America. There are Africans who wants to join up, and some of them accept. They are in here just going to school, colleges, universities.
Yes.
But still they want to join up with us.
Yes. Would you say more than half of students?
Well, I have probably all of them sympathizing with me, but actually to register up with us, we don't have many of them on the register because we not so particular about registering them up because they already is in the safe zone. The main thing we're after is getting our people out of America.
Yes.
And if we can't, well, okay, we got make, if it pleases him, he take Americans from them and give us a place here.
Yes. Are most of these are poor people, would you say?
Well, we have a few that is wealthy, just a few, but the greater percentage of them are real poor people. I would say 90% of them are poor people.
We have been told that your movement is partly composed of encouraging people to get rid of the habit of dopes and drugs. Would you give us some other movement that you are engaged in this respect?
Anyone that follows me, he will have to quit dope and such thing as tobacco and alcohol, drinking, beer and whiskey. What I mean, alcohol is drink. And no drunkards, no dope users, and no people who love to have games of chances, idling at their time away in foolishness. If they come to us, we try and break them from such habit and to teach them to take life serious, that it was not given to us for sport and play. And especially us, while we are slaves, we should be thinking, trying to find a way out to self-independence. This is what we want, is self-independence from the white man. We don't like gambling, and we got to unite our people so that they will love each other. They must love each other, and each brother must be sacred. He must not draw the blood of his brother. What I mean by that, fighting each other. And they must not quarrel with each other. They must live in peace with each other. And they must stand up and fight and die for the cause with any enemy that is against us. If he attacks us, we are never to be the aggressor ourselves, but if he attacks us, we are to fight until we all are dead to try to win.
You said you have to fight against people who are against your cause. Does it include people who are like NAACP?
We fight them with the truth. We never intend to attack our own people unless they attack us.
ですね、相手がですね、我々を攻撃しない限りは、こっちからですね、攻撃を仕掛けていくというですね、意図はもっと持ってないと。
The NAACP and the Corps are pleading to the white people for jobs and for social equality only. And that's no future for us. We want earth to build our own nation, produce our own nation's needs. That's what we have to.
He assumes that the members or believers of black Muslims are citizens of the United States of America. If you are a citizen of America, you have to be loyal to America. In this connection, he'd like to ask for your comment.
We cannot and never will be citizens of America as long as we are here. We cannot be.
You cannot be citizens.
We cannot be citizens here. Our father was brought here as slaves.
Yes.
And the slave court is that no alien or foreign people of our kind, the dark people, no aboriginal can ever be a citizen of America. And that we are the property of America, never to be redeemed. That's their court. That we cannot even redeem ourselves. And therefore, we don't consider ourselves citizens of America. It's just only in word. It cannot be in deed because they don't treat us as a citizen. And in fact about it, they don't treat us as a human being. And we can't be citizens of America.
Yes.
We are from Africa, and they have never made us citizens. They didn't bring us here for no such thing, purpose as making us citizens. They brought us here for slave purposes.
Now, many people are engaged in civil rights movements, and if this great problem or movement works out well, your theory or idea will never have changed.
I know will change regardless if the government gives our people civil rights. I still.
Or you'd like to know how your movement has got started in the first place. Or
on the coming of Mr. Farad,
pardon?
his name, Mr. Farad, F-A-R-D.
F-A-R-D. Fard.
Muhammad.
Mr. Fard, you say?
Well, that would be the
F-A-R-D?
pronunciation in English, but we in the Arabic it's Farad.
Fard.
Farad. Yes, Farad. We're not saying.
This is Detroit. He made a speech in Detroit. Yes.
Came here in 1930. I met him in 1931 in Detroit, Michigan. And he was and is my teacher today. He is the one that I represent as Allah, meaning God, in person, whom the Bible, prophets, and whatnot predict this coming of one at the end of the white race time. In Arabic, they call him the Mahdi, one who is coming self-independent to guide the world back into Islam and to kill the infidels. We say God in person.
All right. Mr. Fard came from Africa?
Holy city Mecca. Mecca, Arabia.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
In 1930.
31. 30, yes.
Did Mr. Fard appoint you as Allah or God or Bible? Or did you clarify that point?
No, sir. As his messenger.
As Mr. Fard.
I am the messenger
Of God.
Yes.
Yes. And in what position did Mr. Fard appoint you?
He's God himself.
Ah.
And I am his messenger.
Where is Fard living now?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. That is something that we just don't know. It's actually whereabouts.
Not because it is a secret, but you just don't know.
Just don't know.
But how do you get instructions or teachings from her?
Well, he left me enough to last me for about, I would say, about 40 years. And he gives me instruction. No, but it comes, by word in the ear.
If it's all right with you, or you like to ask your own personal problems. I mean, your history, your date of birth, things like that.
I was born 1897, October the 7th.
October
The 7th, 1897.
1897.
97, yes. And I was brought up in the state of Georgia on the farm. My father, he farmed. He grew cotton and corn and other farm products.
Or he was employed by a white man?
He was under white man, yes, sir. Well, he didn't own his own land. He rented the land.
Yes.
And for farming. At the age of 22, around 22, I married. And I moved from Georgia to Detroit, Michigan in 1923.
You must have been 25. 25 at that time, in 1923.
About
yes.
25.
Yes.
When I left Georgia.
I see. But you married at
About 22.
Yes.
I left about 3 years after I married.
I see.
I lived in Detroit for 10 years. And moved from Detroit here in 1934. And I've been here since that time. 29 years.
You said you married when you were 21 or 22. Or is your wife still healthy?
Yes, sir. She's still alive.
You live with her?
She's in Egypt at the time.
Oh, in Egypt?
Yes, sir. She lives. She's visiting her son there. Our son, we have a son in Al-Azhar University.
Al-Azhar?
Yes, sir.
Could you please?
Al-Azhar. A-L.
A-L?
A-Z-A-R.
アラザーでですね、息子さんが大学に行ってる。Where is the Al-Azhar, please?
That's in Cairo, Egypt.
カイロですね。エジプトのカイロにあると。息子さんが。How many children have you?
8.
8人の子供。
6 boys and 2 girls.
Mr. Sharif?
Yes, Sharif.
Sharif.
That's my son-in-law.
Son-in-law. Your daughter's...
Yes, sir, my oldest daughter. He has been following me ever since he was around about 16, 14 years old.
That's all right. May I ask your age now?
44.
44. That's right. This is 30 years. All right. Is the son that you mentioned just now who is going to school, or the eldest son?
No, sir, he's the youngest son of all. He's the baby of all of my family. His name is Akbar.
Akbar.
Yes, A capital A-K-B-A-R. Akbar. Muhammad.
Akbar.
Yes, sir.
How about the other sons? The other 5 sons?
I have other 5 sons.
Yes, they are in the States, United States.
Yes, sir, they all. Yes, sir, they all is here, all except in that one. They live right here in Chicago.
Oh, I see.
Yes, sir.
But they are not living with you in this house.
No, they're all married there.
They are married and live in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
They live in Chicago. What are the occupations that your sons
But they mostly work for the movement.
They all fight for the movement.
Yes, sir. They
support you.
And they work in for a business such as the stores, you know, and cleaning establishment, and some is in the mosque, the temple, that have jobs there. Others work on the paper, paper stand.
Please excuse us asking for personal questions, but what are the members who live in this particular house now?
This in my home here is my daughter and her husband over here, who has 5 children.
5 children?
5, 5, yes, but we have 5. 1 son and 4 daughters. And I have an elder sister of mine live here.
She's not married.
She's not married, no, sir. She's pretty old. She's in her 70s. Her husband is dead.
I see.
And we have 2 secretaries that live here in the house. Personal secretaries.
When you were being raised on the farm back in Georgia, did you get some stimulus, particular impressions that has led you to this movement?
Well, I was on the farm working for my father. I was not married at the time. I was at home with him, and I helped him on his farm.
Yeah.
And from a child up, as far back as around 7, 8 years old, I used to want to read, learn to read, and study the Bible. And religion I was studying up until the time that I was called to teach.
Yes.
Yes.
That was in Detroit.
In Detroit, yes.
I'm afraid, we are afraid that you are getting tired.
No, I'm not getting tired. You have some other important questions?
Newspapers all over the world report that black Muslims are indifferent to the present American or international policies. Is that true?
Is what?
American international policies at the present stage.
Is independent. What did you say?
Yes.
Independent.
Independent.
To the American policy.
Yes. Indifferent. Indifferent.
Indifferent.
Yes.
To her policy.
Yes. Shows no interest.
Well, one thing about it, in the first place, Americans don't have us participating in her policy making. The so-called American Negro don't take part in the making of America's policy. And we are not interested in it because we want to get out of America. We want to get out from under his power. That's what I mean when I say get out of America. We want to go for ourselves. We are tired of being dominated by a cruel enemy who have no mercy on us.
You yourself is, of course, indifferent to the policies that have been adopted by the Kennedy administration.
Well, I don't take any part in it and don't have knowledge of their policies. When it comes to our nation outside of America, I have not any knowledge of it, and so therefore I can't say that I'm done this for a con, but I have nothing to do with it. We don't take no part in it, and we know very little about their policies.
He has only a few more questions.
That's all right. Just take your time.
It has been reported in newspapers that the activity of the black Muslims is quite similar to the activities of the Hitler administration in his nationalism.
Well, if Hitler wanted to make his people a better people and keep them to themselves and not to mix up with any other outside races, I have no objection to a race want to be themselves and keep that race pure. I think that's a fine policy. This is what I want to do, is to get my people out of the hands or the power of Americans who are destroying them by intermixing their blood with them. And this is destroying us here with him. And he seeks now to force an integration which will further destroy us through intermarriage and intermixing and sweethearting and causing of legitimate children of his, and our people will eventually sink into nothing. We won't be able to point with pride to say, here is one of us. If we keep allowing him to visit our home, come among our women folks, and leave children there by himself. I intend to put a stop to it if I can get enough behind me, even if it caused death of the woman and the man that is mixing. Fine. I intend to do it if I ever get a little stronger.
In other words, can we look upon your ism as a nationalism in terms of races?
Well, I don't say that I have a ism in the first place. We don't have a ism. As I said in the beginning, my work is to separate our people from the white man and put an end to the destruction of both moral and life of our people under the white man.
Both moral and
life. He's destroying both.
Or in the same way that you are indifferent to Kennedy administration, are you indifferent to Arthur Spiegelman, the leaders of the movement, and Wilkins and Mr. Powell?
These organizations that you are referring to, who the head is Martin Luther King, and Wilkins, the sit-in and the NAACP's activity in the South to try to get equality with the whites in transportation and eating places and living quarters and fair employment. This is all right for people who want to remain as a subject people. But I am not one to be a subject people any longer. I want to be independent. I want to see my people on earth here that they can call their own earth. And they up off on their knees, going after their needs instead of laying down at the feet of the white people, praying to them on their knees and bellies, begging them for what they have, instead of going, uniting, go out here and get this good earth here, and go to work and get whatever our people's need. There we can get it out of the earth without begging. We want the freedom to go do something for ourselves.
All right, now he has met quite a few colored people in the United States since he came over. And some of the colored folks said that they sympathize with your movement here, but others said that they cannot go along with you. And others said that they can go along with you to a certain extent. But above that, they cannot go alone. And Mr. Tsuji is interested in knowing how you collect funds to carry out your movement.
All the believers, followers, they give whatever they can of their earnings. They love the teachings, and they want to be free of the white man, and they give all they can to support this teachings throughout the country. And pardon me.
Yes, sure.
And that the others who are dependent on the white man to support them forever, we're not concerned over them. They want to be too proud to accept the program that I have for my followers, and God, who have given it to me, that's their material with me. Whether they go along or not, we will be the winner.
He'd like to know some of the routines that you have in your daily lives. You must be very busy, engaging in many activities. He'd like to know some of the things that you do every day.
Mm-hmm. Well, my greatest work is answering correspondence here and throughout the world, and forming speeches. I say and forming.
Yes, informing.
Yeah, not informing, but forming. F-O-R-M-I-N-G.
Yes.
Forming speeches
Yes.
for the people and taking care of problems of domestic affairs and business affairs of my followers. That's my daily work.
That makes you quite busy.
ご自身の講演は何でもされますか？
Or do you make speeches quite often yourself?
No, not too often, since that I have been bothered with bronchitis.
Yes.
But I do it in writing.
Could we get a copy of your newspaper of any date?
Yes,
Just to see what...
If it's the latest copy, yes, I have.
はじめ入ってこられた時にご用心かと思っ
I
た
have 3 or 4.
思ったんだけれどね、そうではないの。
The first impression that he got of you was that you may be from the Far East.
Oh. No, sir.
No.
Not from the Far East.
Nice. Your ancestors were born in Arabia?
No, sir. Born here in America.
In America. Oh,
Yes.
so they came from Africa.
Yes, sir.
Really?
That's right.
Africa?
Descendants of Africa.
So your father and mother were both colored people?
Yes, sir, they are.
But your skin is lighter than many colored people.
Well, due to the double mixing in our people's blood,
Yes.
and we had them under slave.
Yes. You look more like Chinese or Japanese so far as skin is
Not
concerned.
people.
Yes.
Used to mistake me sometimes
Oh.
for such, and FBI, when they arrested me back in 42 for this teaching, they asked me, did people mistake me to be one of Chinese or Japanese? So I told them I didn't know. They said these things I don't know. Dr. Takahashi.
Dr.
Takahashi. He used to visit my home lots when I lived in Detroit.
I see.
And he would have his meals there. That was when I first started this movement.
I see.
Yes.
Or what was the reason on that particular time when you were arrested by FBI?
Well, guess they didn't want me to be out teaching my people that they was Muslims and they didn't have no right to be in the war that they was in. They should not participate in a war against our own people. Going to war against you at the time, and that we should not fight our own people for my enemy of us both.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your
Oh,
patience.
that's all right.
Sitting here so long.
Too glad because of the time that we're in now and what we are expecting of the change. We should meet sometime to talk. I'm very glad to get his appointment with the head of the great newspaper of your country. I'm very much honored to have him to visit my home. I hope that someday in the future, if he ever is in the state, to stop by again, we would be too glad to furnish him any material of ours to put in his paper.
Well, thank you very, very much.
You're so welcome.
The characteristics of the white man is evil. He was made like that through nature, now we say. Naturally, he was made like that. We would say, the devil. We can say a devil cat out there, a devil element, a devil we could call most any grafted thing a devil, you see. But actually, when we say Satan, we mean a man or a people that their wickedness is not, say, confined to themselves. It spreads, and the others is affected by their wickedness. And the white man, we say, is the devil. Why? Because of his weak, physically coming into being from original man, aboriginal people of the earth. When I met him, I looked at him and he, it just came to me like this, that this is the Son of Man that the Bible says, that prophesied that will come in the last days of the world, and that I couldn't get that out of me. And I shook hands with him, and I said to him, I say, you are the one that the Bible prophesies that will come at the end of the world under the name Son of Man and under the name the second coming of Jesus. And so he looked at me a little stern, and then he smiled and he put his head down to my beside my head and whispered in my ear and said these words. He said, yes, I am the one, but who knows that? But yourself. And be quiet. His mother, he says, was a white woman, and his father was a black man. Yes, sir. He taught us that he was born in Mecca, Arabia, and that he had come in and out of this country for about 20 years before ever that he made himself known to us. He had studied, he says, out here, or rather he had enrolled in the California University there, and he lived with a white family out there, he says, while he was going to the University of California. How long he went to this university, I don't know. But he says to me, that he did go to this university and enroll there. And other universities he mentioned to me. And finally he told me this, that he had studied every educational systems of the civilized world. And that he could speak and, well, speak 16 languages and write 10 of them. He could speak 16 fluently. Well, I was not too much learned into scripture at that time, and I had not studied too much, but I had from a child up wanted to learn the scripture, because my father was a preacher, and I always from a child up wanted to help him or take his place one day as a preacher. And so I was always studying the Bible. And I had read much about the coming of the judgment and the coming of God and Jesus returning to resurrected dead and all like that. I had studied much of that. And so all of his talk and teachings correspond with what I had learned of the scripture. And therefore I become one of his, I should say 100% convert. And on his leave of us, he began to tell me what I may expect, what will come to pass, and what I should do to try and make my people qualified, rather to reform them and make them accepted by the Islamic people, and teach them that they must change completely in the way of righteousness, and that they would have to forego the name that they was in, and that he would give them all a name himself. And much he said to me. He used to teach me night and day. We used to sit sometime from early part of the night until sunrise and after sunrise, all night long for about 2 years or more. He was with us 3 years, a little better, and I was constantly around him, and he was constantly teaching me of things of Islam and what is to come and what was before. And this is the way that we began. And he patted hand on my shoulder, give me kind of a little show, a way around him. And there was some more there present. And he started talking to him. And about a month later, he told my wife to tell me to go ahead and start teaching out there in the little part of, I would say, it's not a little part now, it's a very large part, in Hamtramck, Michigan. That's in Detroit. Hamtramck is in Detroit. And I was living in Hamtramck at that time. So he says to my wife, you tell him that he can go ahead, because I had wrote him. And he received my letter. And I was telling him what I could not tell him there in the public. And then he says to me, you go ahead and start teaching, and I will back you up. And I started teaching that he was the answer to the prophecy of the coming of Jesus 2,000 years after Jesus' birth, and that this is the man at that time. And so I did begin teaching that the Son of Man, the second coming of Jesus is present. This is him now, here among us. But he didn't allow me to go too far with that kind of teachings while he was present. He told me, he said, you can do that after I'm gone. He said, don't talk too much about me. He says, no, he says, give them a little milk. That's the way he talked all the time. And he never would say anything hardly just direct. He would give it to you in a way that you would have to learn just exactly what he meant by what he said. And so he says, you cannot give babies meat. And I understood what he was referring to. And so he said, give little baby milk. He said, and when I'm gone, he said, then you can say whatever you want to about me. And that was about it. And he named all of my family Muhammad.
Where did Brother Muhammad come from? And
he says to me that he had been studying for us what he meant to teach us and to reform us for 42 years, he says to me. And that his father, he says, I should let the world know these things, what he said to me. And as I never have went too much into his birth and into his sayings of what took place, so I am going to tell this. I intend to give a full description of it on the 26th of next month in Chicago. Give it in details. But at this time, I can say this, that he told me that his father wanted a son that would go and search for the lost people of our kind. He said they had it in the Quran, they had it in the Bible, scriptures, that there would be a lost remember at the time of the resurrection, and that they had to find that one because it did not give the location. He says his father wanted to make a son that was would be able, pardon my language, to go and search all the civilizations of the earth to locate his people. And when he finds them, he would be able to teach them and make a disciple of his own of them, to teach them and try and get them together and return them again to their own people. And so he said he was that man, and his father, first child, was a girl. And so he smiled and he said he had to make another try for me. And he said that his father was darker than any of us that he was talking to at the time. So he's a real dark man. He was still alive. And he said, this is the way that this took place. He says, and now, he says, I'm here, and I want you to know, he says, I love you, and my father made me for you, and that we want you to know yourself, and put you on to your own kind. And that is what that he taught, and that of us, about our being away from our people, and that we was unqualified now to mix with them because they were Islam people and we were not. and that we didn't even know who we were. And so that was true, and that was easy to get over to us. And I taken all of this, and I taught my people and been teaching them the same. But I never did go into his birth and how his father trained him and what all he said about that. Because I feared my people would not believe, since that they believe mostly spiritual. God is a spirit or something like that, and is not flesh and blood. He's not visible. And this I'm very slow about getting over to my people, but now they will just have to take it or leave it. These are facts, and this is according to the Bible, that the Son of Man would come, and not the Son of a Spirit. And this I want to make clear to them and those who believe in the Spirit being God and not man. Main base of it all now is to show forth who is God, and he's not what they has thought he was. That he's in man and man is God. And so that is the way that goes. And in Chicago on the 26th of next month, I will go into detail for his birth and his childhood and his manhood, and so forth. Scripture that is relating to this coming of God in man. And the Son there, as the scholars know, it only means the way he has given it to me, that he was born from his father, and to go after the lost found sheep, the Bible call it, and that Jesus made it in beautiful parables, that he will search for the lost sheep and all like that. But all now has been fulfilled, and this is it now that we are living in. And that my work from him is to teach my people these facts and to reform them and make them what they should be, as they are children, as the Bible teaches from God, but they are lost in evil and practice evil, and that they must now forego evil and accept righteousness, because they are preachers of righteousness.
What happened to George Muhammad? Why did he disappear?
Well, that happened like this. After he had given to me what he wanted to give to me as the teachings and the work of preparedness of our people, then it was not necessary for him to remain here among us. So he taken his leave, as it is said in Quran that the people is not worthy that God remain among them, but he makes a messenger of that people, that through that messenger he will reach the people through him. And the Bible is verified the same. And so he left, and that he gave me hint about his return, but now there is just as much prophesied that he will return or he will not return, as there is of his returning. Because the Bible says he will send his angels and they will take care of the gathering of his people. I don't expect him to return in person, not like that, because there is too much for us to look forward to that he will not. It is not really necessary if he's going to send his own people, as they refer to angels, to gather the believers of my people. It's not necessary.
Where did he go and where is he now?
Well, that is something that we actually cannot say. If one would open up such truth as the truth of God to the people, I do think that he's within his rights to stay out of the sight of the people until he has won everything to himself, as the Bible referred for us to it like this, that he's something like a king looking for a kingdom, and that he go and he visit the people, and then he leaves the people and goes away and wait until the time when that he can secure the kingdom. Then he returns to the people that he had made himself manifest to. So I think that is a pretty good answer. Yes. According to what Master Farad Muhammad taught me on the race question, the origin of the races, in the beginning of the races, they numbered around 4. And from these 4 races of people, they has produced many different types of people. But they are not, say, independent in their beginning. They came from one. We say today we have lots of various colored people all over the earth, from we say from brown to white. We are not all the same color due to intermixing with such colors as black, brown, yellow, and red and white. This has produced many other various colors. And the origin of it, according to the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad, to me, was from a scientist, a God. We see him. We see him as a God. Back 6,000 years ago, started we say a scientific, or I should say, a master grafting work on the human being to produce a new civilization, a new race of people from the original race of people, or aboriginal people. This man, Yaqub, who discovered in the dream of the black man that he had 2 people in him, and that he had learned through study and experimenting on germs that this second germ could produce a powerful people that would be able to rule that which they came from. For around 6,000 years until the father, the aboriginal, produces one superior to his man. And that was this, that he taken through experimental work on the germ of man, a people of what we call today a white race. But before he produced it, that white race, he produced it a brown race. He produced it a yellow race, and so on. There is his first grafting from the black man according to the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom we see him and know him today as being God in person. That this grafting in its first stage, he had a brown race of people from a black people. And it taken him, according to the teachings of God, 200 years to produce that brown race. And he kept up the process of killing off the browner or the darker one and marrying the lighter one onto the lighter one. For another 200 years, he had a yellow race of people. And in this length of time, these brown people were spreading over the area, I would say migrating over the earth to find them a home to themselves. And so when the yellow race was produced, he started too migrating over the earth. And from the yellow race, about 200 years, this grafting kept in process. There was on this same outlet, well, it was an outlet he was on, according to the teachings of Almighty God to me, in the person of Master Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. At that time, 200 years, keeping up birth control law. This is what he established. He established it on this island, and there was his lab that he was working, we call it a human lab, to produce his man. And from this yellow race, he had a white race 200 years later from them. And this was the end of his work. This was the man he was trying to get to. That was our white race. And that made it, in the total time of his grafting out of black, white, 600 years. And this figure tallies with the Bible's teaching of the man being created in 6 days. This is this days here you have means 100 years each, 600 years. And this also tallies with the creation of the universe. That's 6. The whole entire universe, according to the Quran, was also created in 6 periods of time. And so Mr. Yaqub, the mighty scientist of that time, he produced his man on 6, because it did tally with the creation of the universe, and it was to this number that he could not further his work. And they would be masters, gods, to rule the earth and the people, everything of life, for 6,000 years. And at the end of 6,000 years, the Aboriginal people will have at that time produced another one, mightier than Yaqub in wisdom and knowledge. And he would be equal with that one that created the heavens and the earth. And he would have the power and the infinitive wisdom to make his word be as the first one. And this is the man we have before us today, to whom praise is due. Master Muhammad is that man that have the wisdom or the knowledge, excuse me, of how the creation took place in the first place. That's what I mean, the creation of the universe, how it took place, and how life and everything began, down to 6,000 years of Mr. Yaqub and his world, and the knowledge of the world to come, of which he himself is the God. He's the God of the next world. He's planting it now. And that world that he will set up, we see now gradually merging in, there will be no change in that one. Because, well, the scientists just don't see through the future any other change. And they don't have too much knowledge of his change, as he has not let go yet. He brought me up pretty close, but he has not as yet opened up, as we have in Bible and Quran. I have not seen and I have not heard, and it has not entered into the heart of us what that he will do. But we get little inklings now. We are right in his time. And we do know that he is going to bring about a complete change. As I study now for 33 years after his coming, I have learned my own self from study of his words, what he said to me. That it won't be a world like we see today, nothing of the kind, not even to the Orthodox Muslim. Their world will not even be considered in his world. As the master scientist of God 6,000 years ago, Mr. Yaqub, he did not make this world, your world, on the basis of our world. We have a complete new world and a new people in you. So will the great Mahdi, Master Farad Muhammad, he will also build a new world and a new people. And he did tell me that how that we would start taking a change in a new people. Now, just exactly what we will look like, I'm not too sure of that, but I do believe that he's going right back at the origin, but he's going to make a better people. What I mean to say, a people that will be more stronger physically, and they will be taught in such way that they can live much longer. Individual will live probably 1,000 or more years. And teaching something about the history, not the history, but about the people on Mars, he often would refer to me that just think of them living 1,200 of our Earth years. He says, and we die in less than 100 years. It gives me an idea that he wants to make a people that will live 1,000 or more years.
The black man was the first. We don't record of this black man. We have a record of the birth of others except the black man. There is no birth record of the black man. He is the original or aboriginal man of the earth. And we don't have any, we say, dated of this man, beginning of his civilization, and where he was. Because we once was with the moon, or the moon and the earth was together once upon a time, and cannot be a specific spot pointed out where that it actually took place of his building of civilization. But we do know, according to the teachings of Almighty God, Allah to me, that once upon a time that we had nothing in the universe but the sun. And that after that, then they were stars. And from stars to stars and stars and stars. And They saw that the star was essential to our well-being, and from that we began to make planets. And there is between the creation of the sun and the earth 6 trillion years between the two. And it is often referred to that the universe was made or created in the 3 stages, or we say 3 divisions of it. 2 trillion years to each. And the present moon that we have, which is now 66 trillion years old itself, or rather being in the position that it's in. It originally was about 36,000 miles from this part, or rather, when she was taken from this part. It was thrown out of the orbit of that, at that time, 36,000 miles, and that part that we are looking at today, it dropped from the original orbit 12,000 miles, lost all its water on this part. That's why she's without water. It's due to the explosion. At that time, 66 trillion years ago, she lost her water by turning over. She turned all over, and the water dropped on this part. And that give us then 3/4 of our surface covered in water, because we have the water from that part. The original man did that. He was the man, rather we say a god, a scientist, that brought about that explosion due to his dissatisfaction of not being able to have all the people he liked, and having them speaking the same dialect. So he got angry because he could make them speak the same dialect all the way around, as our planet at that time was something better than 10,000 miles in diameter, while it's around 8,000 now near. Then he getting vexed with his own wisdom, unable to do with the people what he wanted to do with them. He goes then and tries to destroy us. His aim was not to make a moon, a satellite for our planet. We had at that time, according to the teachings of God to me, Mars for our moon. It Earth as our at that time. What I mean, before ever this scientist tried to destroy us. And since he was unable to destroy us, we was lucky to come with this part. The people on the other part was destroyed, but we was lucky to come with this part. And we were called at that time the Aboriginal people, and we are the Aboriginal people today. And in the 6 trillion years before that time, in the creation of light and water, it was the black man.
And the black man has no beginning and no end.
No beginning, no end. And you can't find no history that will give you the birth of the black man. He has always been.
Well, then, since we have no beginning or no end for the black man, the birth, how do you explain, and what is your doctrine on the origin of the Caucasian race?
Well, the Caucasian race came about, as they are called, white people. And they were white people. It was made that. Caucasian is a name given to the quality
Of the Caucasian race.
Well, the Caucasian race came about, as they are called, white people. And they were white people. It was made that. Caucasian is a name given to the quality of the man, means original, weak bone and stale face. The person have a stale color, and his bones are weak, and the color Caucasian. But actually, he was made white. This was brought about, we would consider just recently, to talking into billions and trillions of years. The Caucasian race, their birth is just here of the day almost. That took place 6,000 years ago. A black man, he is the father of the Caucasian race. His name was Yaqub. They call him Jacob in English, but Arabic is Yaqub. He discovered in the germ of the black man that there were two people. And that instead in the germ, he learned to divide the germ. And he said, if I can take the germ now, this brown one, and separate it from the dark one, I can make this brown germ here rule the black germ until the black germ produces one that is greater than I. And he, being a very wise scientist, he knew what was coming in the future. So he says, my man will live for 6,000 years, and he will rule his father. And after that, he says, then his brother will come from the east, and he will eat my man up after 6,000 years. So this man discovered this, as I first said, according to the teachings of Almighty God to me, by the germ. And it still can be proven today that the black man have two people in it.
How, sir?
Yes, sir. You have two.
How is this? How can this be proved?
And by the germ. The germ you have here. Take one instance. Well, let me come to the surface first. You go to the darkest people that you can find in Africa, where that there has never been touched by Caucasian people, and you will find that one will be a little shader browner than the other. And this man set up a birth control law to take that browner one and marry the browner one on to the browner one and kill off the black. And he kept this going for 600 years. First, he had a little brown race of people after 200 years. And the next 200 years, he had a little yellow race of people, or red race, we say. And the next 200 years, he had a pale white.
Method of birth control.
Yes, sir. He killed the black baby and saved the brown one. Or killed the brown one, saved the brown one. Killed the brown one and saved the yellow one. And he will run it into his last stage. And the last stage is white. And that can be done today. It is not nothing that is a mystery. impossible. It can be done today. But I don't think that they want any more grafting. I think they've about got enough of that. Yes, and the black is the original. He's the father of them all.
All these other races are derivatives of the black race.
That's right. That's right.
There was something that was mentioned in Volume 2 of the Supreme Wisdom about some of the physical attributes of the Negro, of the black man. Kinky hair, for example. And there was some cite made as to a scientist who had withdrawn himself from his people. Would you explain?
Yes, that happened 50,000 years ago, according to the teachings of Allah to me, which I was with him for 3 years, night and day. I didn't do anything, and he didn't allow me to do anything. He taught me for 3 years, night and day, 7 days a week. I mean, I was confined. I was jailed almost. I had no chance to do anything but just to listen to him.
And learn.
And so, that's right. And he would carry me out of the city sometimes in his little Chevrolet coupe. And we would sit out there sometime 2 or 3 hours at night. And he would talk to me about the stars and planets and how long this was making and whatnot. And so this scientist, 50,000 years ago, as they are today, they always meet together and discuss, major things that is going to take place. And each one, passes his own judgment of, we say, vote on whether or not it should be done. So this man, he wanted to, his name was Shabazz. He wanted to make a people different from what we had at that time, and he wanted people that could live in the jungles of East Asia and be able to withstand the hot sun and the wild beasts, anything. He wanted to make a tough man. That don't mean that we was not black now. We was black right on. But we was more delicate, and tender than the man that he produced. So he says to the 11 scientists, if you agree with me, he says, we can produce the people to conquer the jungles of East Asia, as they call it Africa today. And he said we could conquer this part of our planet with this type of people. So he gave them the description and the method how to go about it. And he went and waited on answers, and they never would agree with him. And finally, he said he will not agree with the other 11. He would take his family himself and go and live there and prove to them that he could produce a people that would conquer the jungles of East Asia. And that's where it come in.
Was it the origin then of the tribe of Shabazz?
Yes, sir. That's the origin of.
Something you speak very frequently of is self-knowledge. Now, what does this mean to you?
Self-knowledge is what I am saying now. This is self-knowledge. We have never had the knowledge of ourselves since that we were brought here for slave purposes. We didn't know anything about ourselves. Our grandparents and parents, many of them today who have not heard the ancient history of their people, don't know who they are. And we say, we teach him the knowledge of himself, meaning that he don't know himself. Our people don't know themselves, the average one, because he cannot give any history of himself only from the time that he was put here in the cotton fields of the South. And that history he gotten from his slave master. He know nothing beyond. And this is to give him a knowledge of his fathers and the origin of everything except himself. He cannot get the origin of himself. That would be given to him his birthright. And therefore, you can't give him the origin of himself because you can't give him the birth. Got no birth. He's, we could say that, as God said to me, when I asked him, was not there a beginning? We often, wrangling over the beginning. How did the atom of life begin in the universe? That is such wisdom that we don't like to talk on because you bound to differ from me and I'm going to differ from you. Because there is no date for it. And to say how it comes in action, taking on activity, we don't like to go in because it's just too much. And I wouldn't like for you to ask me further on that because I don't like to talk on it. Give you too much talk. You've got to go so far. It's too much to talk on.
But you are in your teachings trying to get the so-called American Negro to know his beginning. Something
yes, the black man of America. He's not a Negro. This is the slave master's name given to our fathers under slavery. There's no such thing as a race or nation of Negroes. You don't find that nowhere. This is our people's slang, name given by the white slave masters. Well, he had in it. Let's take a look into why did he call us Negroes after he made us slave. Well, we was put it down when he brought us here. It's not that we can say that we were smart, we were wise. No, that we would not have come here. He could not have brought us here. We was not too smart. And so, after depriving us of the knowledge of ourselves, knowledge of our name, the knowledge of our language, of our people, knowledge of our people's history, he called us Negro. Negro means something that is dead, lifeless, neutral. It's a neutral thing. It's something that you have to move or you put it down, well, it will stay right there until that you move it again. It is not something that it have any power of itself. It's moved by the power of another one. So he gave us this name, and it means something that is dead and lifeless, and that goes for our mental power. After being deprived of the knowledge of yourself, then you're considered mentally dead. And so the book translated, the Bible translated 400 and some years ago, about 50 some years ago now, I think it is. They put in there the resurrection of the dead. When the resurrection of the dead come, that would be the judgment. resurrection only means the mentally dead people. We are the people to be resurrected. And when the resurrection of the so-called Negro or the black man of America, when he is resurrected into the knowledge of self and in the knowledge of God and the devil, then that's the end of the world. And this is it now going on. This is the end of the white man's world. According to the history, scientists, and science, you can take it for granted. It is the end, and this must be done in order to not to give injustice to a person that have no knowledge of what it is all about. So before the God can destroy the world, he must give us a knowledge of why he is destroying. And why are you killing me? He don't do things unjust. And so he always, according to the Holy Quran, he makes a people aware of why that he destroy them or chastise them.
Now you mentioned that the American Negro is being resurrected to knowledge of himself, self-knowledge. Mr. Muhammad, how did you receive this self-knowledge?
I received this knowledge that I'm teaching and that I'm putting my life against, that if you can prove it other than the truth, from God in the person of one Mr. Muhammad. He used the name Muhammad. When he first made himself known to me and others, he used just the Farad, Wallace Farad. And he had an initial in between there that I never knew what that initial stood for. And that was a W. D. Wallace D. Farad is what he give to us. Then, in the third year, on his departure, he told me that his name was Wallace Farad Muhammad. W.F. Muhammad, right there.
This was the first time that he revealed his name to you.
First time he put the Muhammad to it. Yes. So, I studied that then from what he gave to me to study. He gave to me a Holy Quran in Arab, and I couldn't read it. So then he goes and gets me a Holy Quran in Arabic and English. And so I taken this book and I studied it from what he lined me up with. He gave me a copy of Texas and Places and other books. He gave to me the names of 104 books that is in the Congressional Library in Washington. And I studied them for 7 years. They're up and down the East Coast. And I have the Quran that he gave to me, given about 2/3 of it to study. The other third, he said, didn't amount to anything because that would be probably in some other man's time and not our time, and we shouldn't be worried about what the other fellow have to do. Let him worry over that. Well, when I first met him, it came to me that he was the man that the Bible prophesied would come in the last days as the Son of Man. And I recognized him to be that, as I had studied Bible ever since I was a little child. When I first learned to read, I learned to read the Bible. And I always thought that I would be a preacher, but not a preacher of Islam. I didn't know nothing about Islam. I thought I would be a preacher of the religion of my father. That was Christianity. He was a Baptist preacher, and I thought maybe I would be one. But I always told them if I ever preach, I would make enemies. I said because my father and the other preachers would not like me if I preach. I said because I see so many things that they are saying and preaching is wrong. And so I went along like that until I was 35 years old before I actually was sent to preach. Then when I met this man, then I told him, I said, you are the one that the Bible teaches that will come, the Son of Man or the Messiah. And so he whispered in my ear, he got close to me, he looked all around, see who heard that. And he whispered in my ear and told me, he said, yes. He said, but keep quiet. He says, don't say anything to anyone about that. He said, I will let you know when to say that. To my people, it's just that. What I teach them is life to them. Into this is death. My mission is the last of the scientists or the truth that is to come to the world before the world is destroyed. You will not have no other messenger. I am the last one. Behind me come God himself. I don't say I will live so long, but after me, God will come, or if it pleases him, I may be with him. But if I am not with him, this is the last. This truth brings you into the knowledge of yourself and of God. There is nothing hidden too much in the God. In this teachings, you learn what God is and what you could learn to be God yourself. This is God. He is the real God's teaching. What is God and how things was made and brought about. This is what it is, and this is the last wisdom to be given to the world. And a knowledge of how this world was made. I said that this world was brought about according to God's teaching to me by grafting. The white race is a grafted people. They was grafted from the original people, the dark people. And in making them, we made a brown race, yellow race, and a red race. To get to the, we said the final of the journey. At the end can't be nothing but white. So that's what the scientist was after. He was after grafting the germ into its last stage. And the last stage was white. White and blue eyes. And no other race has that. And because the white man is the end of we can't make nothing else. This is what the Holy One refers to as we have tried everything and everything obeyed Allah but man. It is often asked by people, why did God make devil? And it's not a bad question to ask, and it's not a bad answer. Many people think that the God that created the heavens and the earth is the same God that created the devil or Satan. We should say Satan, because the meanings is better understood. Because Satan and Arabic language mostly give it that is a person or persons that is evil, and the evil is not confined to oneself. It's evil that affects others. And that is what is actually meant when we say Satan. Satan is a person that is evil, or people that is evil, and that evil affects others.
Well, now, would you say that the white man is a descendant of Satan?
No, I would not say the white man is a descendant of Satan, because that would be wrong. We didn't have a Satan before white man. So the white man is Satan himself. He's not a descendant of something. He is what he is in his own sphere, a nation as you are. And that he is not a descendant. The God that created the white man, he created him for a purpose of showing forth wisdom that was yet hidden in the God, that was not made manifest. This is the main purpose. It is not a useless thing that the race was created or made, and it's not the God that created the heavens and the earth in truth. This is a rebel or rebel of that God that made this race of people. And he made them not say to attack God, as many scholars on Scripture and on the question of devil and Satan desire to answer. He was not made exactly for all of that, and the man didn't have all of that in his mind. We would say the God that created him. What he actually had in his mind, the idea was this: to make a man just opposite to what we was, or a people just opposite to us in general, a different person, absolutely without being the nature of us, not having our ideas, but a new people altogether, and to try them at ruling. His main idea was to make a people that could rule us and not be us, and not say that he was angry with the God and wanted to attack God and didn't like God's rule. He was not that type of man. Yaakov was very wise, and he was one of the righteous, as the Bible refers to him as being one of the angels. He was. And he lost his place because of what he did. And the Bible don't give to you a clear picture of it. His fall was due to him, not say attacking God in war, as the Bible teaches, but his idea was wrong, and therefore the God would not agree that he make his man in the what we call today the Holy Land. That if he wanted to make the man, they would agree that he make him. But he must make him out of the sphere of the righteous people, since that his idea was unrighteous. They exiled him for having the idea of creating unrighteousness to rule righteousness. And he was so powerful at the time that they were actually afraid to
opposed his ideas because he was too wise a man. He could have caused a lot of trouble at the time. As the time goes on, as I would like to say right here in this phase of the talk, that men's wisdom lasted or is supreme until another one that is supreme over his wisdom or have supreme wisdom over him. This is the way the gods run. We don't have just one man's wisdom extending all the time. It's another one.
A constant, ever-changing...
Yes, sir. Your wisdom of making this, we say that radio over there, may last for 5 or 6 years until another man learns to make a better one. And then when he learns to make a better one, you still get the credit for being the first one to make the radio. But they have improved on it. And you come back maybe 100 years from now, you wouldn't know your machine at all. So much improvement has been had. Like the Ford, who makes the Ford car, Ford motor, all right? If Ford would look at his car today, he would say he was dumb when he, started making the car because look at the improvement on it. You see, it's not Ford have put all of this improvement to the car, but he was the founder of the car. So it is with wise men in the spiritual work and other sciences that we worship the God that has made and created. We have them coming at intervals when one's wisdom is exhausted. Another one picks up and he improves on what you have done. Like the God that divided our planet. He was wise enough to want to have his word bond 100% and let every man know that he was to speak the same language and do the same thing. And this was against nature. The world, the heavens and the earth was not created like that. They varied. And so, therefore, this man failed, and he got angry and said, well, since they won't be like I want them to be, I will destroy myself in them too. Well, he missed. Because that it's just the universe is made in such way by the Creator that you can't destroy it yourself, and you can't destroy the people of the Creator.
They may change in time.
Yeah, regardless to what you plan, as you may think today, know today that Russia and America have the most deadliest and the most destructive weapons that ever has been fashioned by any scientist of war of the past. But nevertheless, if they say that they can destroy the human being on this earth 3 times or 10 times if they wanted to, they can't do it. Regardless of what weapons you may use to destroy all life on the earth, you will fail. Because there is someone sitting back behind the curtain that you don't know, that knows what you know. And he knows an enemy that can destroy the enemy that you have fashioned. This is the way it was in the time of this man that's trying to destroy our planet. Reason I take up this talk with you, because we're in a time that the same thing is in the minds of this people. They would like to destroy the whole entire human family of the earth if they are destroyed. Each one. What I mean to say, the scientists of Russia and America, these war scientists, they are ready to destroy each other and has prepared themselves to do so. But a solid scientist know what they have prepared and know they can do so if they were given the freedom. But they will not be given the freedom to destroy all human beings. You can't do it. There always is left one from that same family at the beginning who has the key. He holds the key. And you can't get the key. What I mean the key is the key to the knowledge how to control the powers of the nature in which the universe has been created in. When you are lucky enough to land that key to control the powers we say of nature, then you can rule anyone that will rise up as your enemy, because there is no people today that can control the power or the forces of nature, but a few. They're only a few, and they're secret. You don't know them. If you see them, you would not know them. And they have been here all the while. What I mean, when he dies, he leaves it with his son, and his son keeps it. It goes like that. And there is no such thing as the earth or the people being able, or the scientists of this world being able to destroy the whole thing, though they are able to do it, but they can't do it. This man was able to do it. He drilled a tube into our planet at that time, which had a diameter of better than 10,000 miles. And he drilled a tube into it like you mine in coal. And he went on into a couple of thousand miles into the planet. Not a couple of miles, but a couple of thousand miles. He put the tube in it. They filled the tube with high, explosives. It was dynamite, but it is not the weak kind that is used at the present day. It was that dynamite, 70% stronger it's highly explosive than this that they are using today. It was most powerful. And therefore, he filled that tube up and he let go. He thought that that would be the end of the whole thing. But he missed. This part that we are on dropped 36,000 miles from its original pocket that it was rotating in from the blast of this explosion. And the explosion taking the part that we have now for moon. As all scientists or astronomers, they admit that the moon is a part of the earth. It's the essence of the earth, only don't have no water on it. And that part was blasted 12,000 miles away from the original pocket before it turned off over and lost the water.
Which is now on Earth as we...
Yeah. The Earth now has the water that was on that part, and that makes this part 3/4 covered with water because it's taking that part. We didn't used to have this much water in our atmosphere. We have at sea level here, very much water. But when the moon and the earth was together, we didn't have it. A man cannot be enslaved that have equal knowledge. takes an inferior for a superior to enslave. And therefore, we was brought here 400 years or more ago, according to the history, and that the white man, the slave masters, deprived our fathers of the knowledge of themselves. And therefore, they have not taught them the true knowledge of themselves, nor the true history of their people, even dating back to the 11th century. They don't teach them that. When that they were, I would say, in very, very, not say it like they once was before this, but in the 11th century, they had control of Africa, and they had very fine governments at that time there, and they had very smart scientists at that time, and our people don't know anything about that. That history was never given to our people. The white man don't teach you anything about yourself other than from the time he brought you here. And a little knowledge of how savage our fathers probably was in the jungle. But actually, civilization of our people is not been given to us. And this is the time that they must know themselves, because that we're at the crossroads, or we would say at the point of departure. We must depart. We must be separated now. And therefore, you cannot be separated unless you have the knowledge of yourself. You cannot go for yourself without the knowledge of yourself. And this thing is very, I would say, touchy to talk on. As I said in the beginning, truth hurts. Now, there are many of our people thinks that the white man is not so bad after all, and he's not so good after all. But we get the nature of a thing, and the nature gives us then the whole. We were brought here by the white people for slave purposes, and not for to be made citizens. We didn't acquire citizenship papers to come here. We were brought here as a piece of property. And to keep that piece of property, it is to not allow the property to know the value of the property. And what I mean by that, if you had known the history of yourself, you would not have been made a slave. And you won't be a slave now if you have a knowledge of yourself. It's hard to enslave a person that have equal knowledge with you. You just can't do it. And so this knowledge of yourself is the thing that will free you from what you have been suffering from. That is the enslavement or service given to the white race, and they caring for you, preparing for you, and you not preparing for yourself, nor that you study for yourself, nor your people, and you are not with yourself and people to do nothing for self and people because of the lack of knowledge. So this is one of the greatest, we say, wrong or evil that a man can do to another. That is to rob him of the knowledge of himself. You can't find an equal evil to that than to rob a man of the knowledge of himself. That's the worst evil that you can do to a person. So this is the trouble with people here. They has been robbed of the knowledge of themselves, as the Bible teaches you there in Isaiah, where it teaches that this is a people that is robbed and spoiled and is in prison houses and whatnot. That is us. That is not some people in ancient time. That's us. We are the one the Bible is referring to. And the white man is the one who have robbed us of the knowledge of ourselves and have spoiled us. We are a people that has been robbed and spoiled. Now, to get your knowledge, just who you are, you have to have the knowledge of the slave master. And to go into that, you have to go far enough into the knowledge of yourself to convince the slave master that you know yourself. What I mean by that, you will have not to go back to his history. You got to go beyond his history. Because if you stop at his history, you will not yet be his equal. He still will be your superior. But if you have knowledge beyond, then you can easily see the white man and his civilization and see yourself as not making any preparations whatsoever for yourself. You're not writing any history for yourself. Not one day you are writing history for yourself. All the history that you make here goes to the credit of the white man. You're not making no history for yourself.
Sir, do you think that there are the Negroes who have such a heavy identification with the Caucasian that they are afraid and ashamed to know something about themselves? And this is a reason why they do not want self-knowledge.
I don't say that. A man that don't know, he just don't know. And you cannot say that a man is he shunning oncoming car when he don't know one is coming. So I would not say that. I just say it's due to his absolute blindness. He just don't know. If you go to Howard or Harvard or Yale's, you returns with a degree for a certain course, right? All right. When you get back here with that course, you should be able to do as a white man who went to the same university. He comes back and he makes a way for himself and his people. You come back and you still looks to him, right? You don't make no way for yourself. You come back going to his office, asking him, showing him your degrees that he gave to you, that I can do this job. Instead of going to your people, saying to your people, look, I know this now, come on, follow me and I will show you how to do something for yourself. This is not mine, because that we don't have the mind or knowledge of self. And therefore, we just have the knowledge that we are taught in school, education, from grade school to the universities of the white man. And yet, they don't know who we are. Nowhere in the courses of your studies teach you a thorough knowledge of yourself.
Sir, Does Christianity keep us from a knowledge of ourselves?
Yes. Yes, Christianity keeps you from the knowledge of self.
How does it?
That's what it was made for. Christianity is one of the number one slavery teaching. That's the most worst slavery teaching you have, is in that religion, Christianity. If it was a piece of wet cloth, if you wring it out, every drop would be right slavery. There's no such thing as a light of knowledge in Christianity for you and me. It's a fine tool for the white man. I don't blame the white man for using these things if he, make them. That's his makeup. Here, you must remember, Christianity was not organized by no prophets. No prophets of God organized that religion. No. But they uses a prophet name and a good one in order that you may accept it. But it is not from Jesus at all. Jesus knew nothing about Christianity.
Who is it from?
Well, it's from the slave-making people. It's from the white people. It's an organized religion. And Islam is not an organized religion. Islam is the nature of God and the nature of you and I. So it is not a religion and cannot be considered a religion. Because a religion is something that is organized or something that scientists set up to use, or an object of worship, or part of some rules that they use to rule the people with. But Islam is different. Islam is the nature of you and I. It is the nature of God. That's why it don't have any beginning, no birth record to Islam.
It says that 98% of the Negroes, so-called Negroes, have not accepted Islam as being their true religion. And that 2% are with me. But others will have to be chastised into knowing and the knowledge of Allah, God is salvation.
You take, for instance, the meanings of Islam only means entire submission to the will of God. All right? 98% of our people, when they heard the name Islam, they think it's something strange. They never heard that before. They don't think it's the religion of God. It is because the Arab word Islam for submission. I submit to God, or I submit to the will of God. That's Islam. Not that it is something contrary. When a man says he don't believe in Islam, that's a man that don't believe in God. You see. And a man say, I will not be a Muslim. It's a man that is telling the world, I will not submit to the will of God. But they don't know that. They don't even take time to ask you what the name means. They don't know. And don't ask for the meaning. So we have here 98% of our people, they have never heard of Islam. Our people was never taught Islam. The white people don't teach Islam. There is some white Muslims here in the country. I have several letters from white Muslims, but they don't teach you Islam. It's a religion that the white people don't teach the black man. They know it is a whole world. It's not an organization, it's a world. But they don't teach you, they commercialize on it. They take it and use it in higher masonry, they call it, and there they must commercialize on the religion. At certain degrees, like 32nd, 33rd, they say they are Muslims, Shriners. They make a mark of the religion, and they commercialize on it, they sell it to you. And to get that degree, it may cost you $500 or more than that. Everybody can get that degree. And the so-called black, rather Negro, the so-called Negro of Americans, he's never taught degrees right. He is given 3 or 4 degrees at once, while he should not be given but 1 degree at a time. And then he would learn what he's trying to learn.
But what do you mean by being chastised into the knowledge of Allah? How do you mean chastised?
Well, you are not an enemy of God. You are God's people. You were made, you have no beginning. You are God's people. And that He wants you to take your place as a member of your own nation. And when the father wants a child to do what he wants him to do, he whips him, he chastises him, right?
Yes.
But if you don't want to train to teach that child, you leave that child, go to his parents. Tell him, says, you don't belong to me, go on to your parents. I got nothing to do with you. But your child, you love that child. And you want to teach the child a certain course. And if he won't learn, you will whip him and make him to learn. Well, this is what God will have to do for you. Since you want accept it free and be taught, peacefully and brought into it, he will chastise you. Chastising comes in many various ways. It comes sometimes by loss of relatives, good friends, and loss of property, and you maybe have other ways that you will be conscious to the fact that you've been going through with this because I did not accept Islam. That man was telling me or teaching me right, and I didn't believe it. He makes you conscious to that fact. As the Holy One said that God never chastise a person or people until He makes them aware of what He's chastising them for. So the so-called American Negro will be chastised with what the Holy One and Bible in the revelation of the Bible refers to as grief-stricken, being stricken with grief. And this grief will be so severe that you will wish that you was dead. You will ask people to kill you, to get you out of it.
Well, now, of course, grief can take many forms. Do you mean all forms, physical, mental, so forth and so on? But what do you mean?
Mental. Over rejection of the truth, and you'll be terrified in this grief by this evil that you have committed. All your evil take forms, and you see them visible in forms. This will be just to terrorize you, and it's a terrible thing. It's so terrific at times that you won't be able to even blink your eye nor move your hand or feet.
And this will be the way of chastisement?
Yes, sir. That will go on for about a year or two. And if you don't change in about 3 years, then you will be burned. That will be the end of you. As this world, as you have always been taught, will be destroyed by fire. And that's right. All the scientists know that the world of the white man will be destroyed by fire.
And when you speak of the world being destroyed by fire, you speak of the white man, the devil, his world.
That's right. That's right. It will burn. This is the only place, though. Not Europe. Nowhere but right here in America. This place will be the one that the Bible refers to as a lake of fire. Not even South America. It won't be. It will be affected, but it won't be burned. But this place here will be set afire divinely by the exploiting of acting. It will cause all what we have here now as atmosphere, we call it. It all will be fire. No atmosphere, no water, nowhere. All fire. And in all, it'll be 1,000 years before ever that human life can live here where you and I are now living.
And only those who have accepted Allah and Allah has accepted them will be saved. Now, when does this fire come?
That's like asking me, when is the day of judgment? That's the end, brother. When that takes place, that's known only to Allah. All we are told is something near to that time, but we are never told the date. No,
within a matter of
no man knows the actual date but God himself. But we, it is said that the year is known. And some of the scientists know the year.
You know the year, sir.
I didn't say I know the year. I said some of the scientists know the year. And that these things will come, and we are living right in the door of it now. This world's time was up according to the word of Allah. It was supposed to be the end of this world in 1914. They all knew that. What I mean, the scientists. And the extension of time is due to the resurrection. The resurrection have to take place before ever there can be a destruction of the present world or this way of civilization. We have had, according to the teaching of Almighty God Allah, many gods that set up worlds in the past. And they had civilization of this or that type. But when the next one comes in, this is all erased. So you won't pattern after the other man, you see. And the same goes for this world. When this world is destroyed, you won't be able to get nothing from it.
There will be nothing to influence the next.
Nothing. Like the Bible teaches you, it says it will be destroyed in all its works. Meaning everything, even this, you won't have the picture of the lamp. You will have to make your own lamp. See, this was for this God in this world. Now you must build from your brains yourself another world. And everything is different. You are not allowed to pattern after the other because they destroy all the markings and signs of it. All the libraries is destroyed. As you today, and I know that according to history, Noah, his people was destroyed, and there was a few towns and cities there. And we have no knowledge of their civilization, no more than just a word or two here and there. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, but you have no knowledge of their history because there was none saved. Till Liberia was burned up. And therefore you can't get no knowledge of what they, how they carried on. Only that they was wicked. That's all we know, and that they did this kind of wickedness. But how they build, what they build from, and how they formed or made this or that, no, you don't get that.
Well, now, when the fire comes, sir, there will be a certain number of people who will be saved from this fire, and they will be in the next world.
Yeah.
Will they not be able to carry some of that information from their world to the next?
Yeah, you will have some knowledge of what you just left from for a time, but you'll be put in a place where that it won't be published. It won't be put in no books, and you won't be allowed to speak the language anymore. That also goes for the next life. You won't even speak this language.
And you will learn again and anew.
Everything will be said to you in the other language. And you won't be allowed to say less. You're going to call this after the other language. Not.
It will not be allowed.
Not it.
Yeah. Right on. Okay. All right, sir. You'll go ahead now, please.
I would like to clarify some of the charges that has been made against my followers and myself. In the various presses, news items, we are being charged with preaching, teaching black supremacy. Fact about it, we are being called black Muslims. I don't know how that name got around to us, because all Muslims are not really all black. We have some other than black. But we have been charged with teaching black supremacy. I don't know exactly what the people that is making this charge against us really means. Whether they mean that we are teaching that the black man will rule after the white man, or whether they are using this kind of charge against us to make it appear that we want to do something of the nature of violence in America against the government. If they are referring to who shall rule after the white man rule, I think that's clear to you and I, who shall rule after the white man. There is no alternative about that. We don't have another white race to rule. If the white race rule will terminate, we don't have any other to rule but the darker people of the earth. So I would like that this be made clear. We are not teaching that kind of teachings in that sense. Really, we are teaching that Islam will rule, the righteous people will rule after this wicked world rule has terminated. That is really what we are teaching. And we are not teaching the overthrow of the government or any government. Really, I have been missioned to teach my people in America the religion of Islam and the knowledge of themselves and others. And with the knowledge of themselves and others, they make a better citizen in America and elsewhere than they have been without the knowledge of themselves. Saying again that I'm teaching them to clean up themselves morally and spiritually, to make themselves acceptable by their own people and by any civilized people. We are not trying to do anything in the way of violence
allying ourselves on the side of those who would do such. The thing that we are trying to do is trying to make ourselves a better people than we have been made. And this has caused a lot of misunderstanding and willfully charges of unimprovement that I am trying to teach my people to join any forces against America's, or rather any enemies of America's. We have not joined up with any forces that is the enemies of America. We are absolutely a little group of our own selves under the guidance of Almighty Allah, trying to make ourselves a better people. We desire separation. We desire a chance to go for ourselves as any other nation. We think that we have served America well for the past 400 years, and we would like to have the chance to do something for ourselves. We cannot forever live in America, 20 million people, and depend on the white man of America to grow food, clothe our backs, shelter us from our out of doors. We cannot hope to find jobs for ourselves in America with an ever-increasing population of the so-called American Negro. 20 million people today are absolutely, my people, are absolutely dependent upon America's government to support us. We are now 400 years from the time that we entered into America. Our runner was brought here by the slave trader John Hawkins. And now today, America says that we are free and that we can go for ourselves. We would like to go for ourselves. We would like to make a try at doing something for self. This is exactly the base of all of my teaching. It is to unite my people, get them together, and start them on the road to doing something for themselves. We don't have factories here in America to give employment to our people. We don't have farm land here to grow food for our people, which I'm also asking for. If we be given even a chance here to make food, grow food, do something in the way of supporting our own needs of getting something for ourselves to fill the needs of our people other than the laying around the doorsteps of the white men of America's begging for this. Because we don't see no chance in the cotton fields of the South anymore for our people. They have cotton pickers down there. It's a mechanical cotton pick. It's a machine. Picks the cotton. They have one to chop the cotton. Years ago, we used to do that. We don't have that kind of employment in the South anymore. All that we used to do for the white man of America in the way of labor, he now is able to do that for himself with his late modern machines. And what future do we have in America if we are going to depend on employment or job in the factories of the white man of America, and the bread line is the only alternative. If we are not employed, we have to go to the bread line and beg you to feed us. So this is a kind of a thing that we are ashamed of today, to be beggars and continue to beg after 100 years of so-called freedom. And I do think it's time for us, with the guidance of Almighty Allah, to do something for our own self. We are not trying to teach our followers to take your place. We're not trying to teach our followers to overthrow your government. We're asking you to just to give us the chance to do something for ourselves. If you can make a way here for us to do something for ourselves by setting aside some of your own country for us to live in, to work for our own self and make a way for ourselves as you are making a way for yourself and has made a way for yourself for the last over 500 years here in the Western Hemisphere, then that's fine. But if you will allow us to return to our own people, we most certainly will be glad to go, because that's where we came from, and that's the place that the Bible predicts that we will return. And if we are not allowed to return to our people, then give us a chance to live to ourselves in your own country, where that we will not be giving you any trouble. There are many of the whites does not like the darker people of America and does not want any association with them at all. We know that. We have learned that all our lives. We're not asking for absolutely social equality. We're not asking to be your equal because you own the country and you are rich, independent, and we are poor. And we are nothing but servants and underprivileged people. We have not been given equal justice with you, equal opportunity. So since that we are free, as you have said, we would like to exercise that freedom to ourselves. We're not wanted to make trouble with you. We don't want to tell you that we have as much right to sit beside you in your own restaurant and demand you to feed us there as you feed your own self. We're only asking for a chance to go and build a restaurant for our own self, as you have built for yourself. We're not asking you to get up out of your seat on your railway transportation, give it to us. We're only asking for a chance to go and build one for ourselves. We're not asking you to take us for your equal, because you can't take us for your equal. We're not your equal. You are absolutely free, independent people, and this honor of Americas and the cities, towns, and all the industries of America is yours. You build it. All the free, or rather transportation that is in America is yours. We're not asking that we be taken as your equal there and demand you to give us equal respect, because we are not in position to demand such. But just give us a chance that we can go someplace, build for our own self, and leave yours alone, and stop the headache among you over the so-called American Negro trying to demand this and demand that of yours. We are not that group of people that is trying to do something of the kind. We are not that able. We know we are not that smart yet. We are not able as yet with our own scholars and scientists, technicians, to build no such equal government as you have. But give us a chance to go somewhere and build one for ourselves. That's what we are asking. Because today we cannot get alone in peace with you. Ever trouble all the time throughout the country between the white man and the so-called Negro. And it has been that for 400 years. So why should we trouble you longer? Why should we try to agree when we know we're not going to agree, because one is a slave and the other one is the master, and has been like that for 400 years. We don't own anything other than a chance to wait for you. And when you have no wait for us, then we must sit down and wait until that you make a job for us. But equal education, the freedom to enter your schools, your colleges, universities, and be graduated from those schools and colleges and universities will put the same idea in us and desire that you have in you. It will make us want to be equal in the same thing that you have, and give us the same chance that you have. An educated slave cannot be dealt with like an uneducated slave. When you educate a man and teach him what you know, then he desires that you recognize him as your equal. And that's what is fast coming to you in America. You are giving us education, and now we want just what you have. We want a country for our people. We want the same thing that goes for civilization as you have. And that's all we are asking for now today is that particular chance. If we are free, then let us go and don't hinder us from trying to go. That is the thing that we are asking today. And America's here today for the last 30 years. I have been teaching my people Islam, the religion of God and his prophets, and the natural religion of the black man. And I'm being hindered, persecuted for the last 29 years. We have been persecuted for this cause under other false charges, but absolutely just because we want to be Muslim. I was put in prison. I was not allowed to have the Holy Quran in jail, not even in the federal penitentiary. It was not allowed. Though all other religious prisoners of faith was permitted to have their own religious books, read them at will, and study their religion in prison. But we were not. And up until this very hour, the federal penitentiary, the local prison, jails will not permit us to have our own holy book to read. This is a proof that Americans actually don't want the so-called American Negro to go back to Islam, where he absolutely came from. Before ever he was brought to America, he were in Islam. Islam overran Africa long time before ever we was brought here. And it is Africa's desire today to return to Islam, and it's our desire here in America, the followers of mine, to go back to the religion of Islam, a religion that will give us absolutely freedom, justice, and equality, and brotherly love throughout the Islamic world. It is a religion that came with God. It is the very nature of God. It is the very nature of any righteous person. The religion, Islam, their name means entire submission to the will of God. And if a man is to be righteous, if he's professing himself to be the servant of God and he's not willing to submit to the will of God, then he's not a man that is trying to serve God. This is the religion that we desire to go back to because it is our very nature. And therefore we are asking for that privilege. And the prison's houses today, my followers is being mistreated. They are being denied the freedom to read their own holy Quran or to practice their religion. And I don't see how America can justify herself in declaring the freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and is suppressing it all the time among the so-called American Negroes who would like to return to their own religion, which is Islam. As you know, out here in California, Folsom Prison, we was charged out there with creating a row out there. Now, as you know, the Attorney General has cleared us of that charge, as many other false charges that have been made against us in New York. There in the UN, some group other than our own started trouble there, fist fighting. As soon as it was started, the chief of police in New York hurried over and told the speaker that we was the one. It was Elijah's followers. If you give us the credit for actually what we have and what we are, for the last 30 years, you will find Elijah have never taught his followers to create any disturbance or make any violence anywhere in America. I have lived among you all my life for 63 years. I don't have any such charge to my own account, nowhere in America. Today, I travel all over America. I travel alone because I don't have no right to be afraid of anything because I have not committed any wrong and I don't think to do any. And these charges, I hope that you will stop putting against me and my followers. We're not guilty of them. And it is not our aim to try to teach our people to take your government from you or your country from you. I'm well aware to the prophesier of the Bible in Quran. I know where that we belong, and we are not after your country. I'm only asking, if you won't let us go to our own country, then give us a place here somewhere in your country where we can be separated to our own self to live our own life and not worry you. And support us for a few years, 20, 25 years, until we are able to go for ourselves. And if we are not able after that time, then bring your army over and shoot us down, because we will not be worthy of any such thing as a help towards getting on the road to self. We are pretty lazy, some of us. I'll admit that. Some of us would desire to lay around your doorstep and beg you for a break. But if you give me a chance with these people and don't hinder me, I can make that same lazy man smart. If I give him the knowledge of himself, he will go for himself. I'm sure that our people will wake up and do something for self if they are given a chance to do so. But holding a man down and not giving him a chance to go for himself, you don't know what's in the man, and he don't know what's in himself, because he's never had a chance to exercise those dominant faculties that is lying in him that probably would make him a much better citizen or a greater people than what he really is. But giving them a chance is the thing. Justice. I preach freedom, justice, and equality. Justice for the so-called American Negro is a thing he have never enjoyed. He never had the chance to sit down, even at home, and feel that he is protected by the laws of America. He has never felt like that, because you have never have given equal justice under your law. So we are preaching freedom, justice, and equality. That I will say, to a point what I charge you with, that you never give him freedom, justice under your law. Right in the courts today, we have been in it several times. Even we are hindered in trying to hire an attorney for our own defense. Our own attorneys have told us how that they are being annoyed by calls, telling them, will you defend them? Will you do this for them? You should be ashamed of yourself. This is terrible for a great, rich, powerful, intelligent civilization who has worked a nation of people for 400 years in their midst, and today they represent themselves all over the world as being peace-loving people and people that desire everybody to have equal justice under their law, and with a whole nation of so-called Negro living in their midst will even hinder any of their own lawyers who practice their law to even try to defend us in the court, to give us justice there. If you study any charges that have been made against us for the last 30 years, making trouble in the city's police department, you will find that these police were absolutely guilty of attacking us. We never have attacked no police since that we have been teaching in America. We never have tried to oppose the successful duty, pardon me, the successful performance of the duty of a peace officer. We never have did that. But we have been charged with it after they attack us.
The police have attacked us time and again for just rather for no other cause than that we are Muslim and desire to break us up, break down our morale, and make us go back into what we were. It is absolutely foolish to say to you or anyone or myself, after knowledge of the truth, to go back in and accept false. But it's foolishness to say to any man after he have knowledge of anything, and then to ask him to act as though he don't have knowledge of it, and to do other than that. We can't go back to that ignorant state that we was once in. We didn't know ourselves, we didn't know you, and since we know ourselves, and since we know you, we are today getting along in your midst more peaceful than we were before ever we had the knowledge of ourselves and you. We know how that we should act. By you, we know we should honor you as the rulers of the land. We know that you make your laws, and we are to obey them and abide by them. We live under them, and you will find the Muslims of Elijah Muhammad trying the utmost to obey your laws. We are not teaching against them, and we hold our peaceful assemblies. We don't hold them to try over behind those walls, pardon my language as I'm not a college student, to try and teach the ones that behind the walls to start trouble, make trouble, go out and attack white people, beat them up, do not obey the law because we are the power. We don't teach no such foolishness that. We are not that dumb. We're in your country, we're under your law, and our Holy Quran teaches us that we must obey those in authorities over us, whether they are of our religion or not. And that is nothing but right. No man can go in the other man's house and try and take over unless that he's able by force to do so, or unless the other man permits him to do it. But we are not seeking no such thing. We are not seeking your own house. We're not seeking to rule it. This is your house. We're only seeking a chance to build us a house. Let us go for ourselves. That is the thing that we are actually seeking to do. Black supremacy, we're not teaching our people in no such way that we teach our people that we are the original people, we are the first, we are the last. That is understood by you yourself. We were here before you came on the earth. That's understood. Because your civilization began 6,000 years ago, but we had this earth populated with millions and hundreds of millions of people before you was ever on the planet. We know that. These truths about your history and about our own history, you allow us to teach it. You permit such teachings and speeches in your midst. If we don't know you and if we don't know ourselves, how are we to get along with you? If this knowledge has come to us of your history and our history, we are able to get along with you far better than we did before because we understand you. We understand the nature of you, and you understand us. You always have known us, but we didn't know you. And these truths that have come down to us from God Almighty is seems to make the people to seek to twist them up and accuse us of other than the real thing that we are actually teaching and doing for the purpose of gaining the people, rather especially my own ignorant people on the side, for the purpose of putting a stop to the teachings of Islam in your midst. By the spirit, power, guidance of Almighty Allah, I have made better citizens, better followers in your midst than the church has ever made of them. These are the things that I would like that you know that Elijah is doing in your midst. We are trying to get something for ourselves. That's all we're asking for. So let us go for our own self. And again, we charged with teaching the dome of the white man of America. I never made no such charge, rather prophesy since I've been teaching Islam. I am not that dumb. I know the prophesy of the Bible. I know that of the Quran. I know that Allah will not tell me nor anyone else the day of the doom of a people. He don't do that. We are told and how to expect the doom of a people by certain times, but actually the day is not known, and I'm not so ignorant to teach that. In Washington, when that hour before the TV there of Wallace and Lomax, I didn't ever say anything of the kind. What actually was asked me by Lomax was that when did I think that my people would believe in Islam? I told him that I believe by 1970 that all of my people mostly would be resurrected into the knowledge of Islam. That is what I said, and you may listen to the tape recording that was made at that time, and you will find that's just what I said. We have it ourselves. But I have not been trying to sue the papers and magazines for such charges because the government knows that I didn't say no such thing. So these things I would like to clear you out, that again, we are Muslims. We have believed in Islam, and that we intend to die in. We never will believe in anything other than the religion of Islam, the religion of entire submission to the divine will of God, and the religion according to the teachings of Islam is the very nature of the righteous. That is to submit to the will of the God, our truth, freedom, justice, and equality, who is the very author of righteousness. That is what we are trying to do, I think.
Sir, I don't know about your experiences in Washington or New York.
Excuse me. Before you ask the question, identify yourself so we know who you are.
Ed Fleming, ABC Television. I do know that we had the rather uncomfortable experience here this morning, getting past the stern-faced men who represent your organization. And asking them questions they refused to answer seems very secretive, and the organization has kind of a militaristic feeling about it. Are you on the defensive? Do you feel that you are running a totalitarian organization because you have to in order to protect yourself against the white people?
Well, I am not doing nothing of the kind. We're not no military people. We're not trying to practice in such way because we don't expect to have to fight a war. And we are very careful about who comes before us at times because we have threats made against us again and again. I have a letter in my pocket now full of threats. And therefore my followers would just desire to see you coming not for any other than what you actually are coming for. Not for anything like violence or harm. That's all they want to be shootouts.
But I noticed the guard behind you is taking down my name. Now, is that an implied threat because I have the American...
No. Just want to know who he's talking to, or rather who I am talking to.
It makes me scared.
Well, I will prove you that you have no fear. You need not have any fear.
Your name?
From the Associated Press.
What's your name?
Ferguson from the Associated Press. Where would you like to establish this area where you will make your own civilization? And what part of the country? Is there any one area that you would decide upon?
Yes, sir, but I will tell that to the government whenever they take any interest in what I'm saying. If they desire to know, desire to look into this particular, I would say, for a complete separation, and go for themselves, I would tell them area that I think would be good for us.
How big an area would it be? A state, 3 states, a half a state, part of the country? Is there any estimate we can make?
Well, I think that that would depend on the particular utility of the area and the population that is going in that area.
Mr. Muhammad, CBS Television News.
Yes, sir.
My name is Maury Green.
Yes.
Why won't you tell us where this area is? Why is it a secret?
It is not a secret, but I'm talking to the press, and I would rather wait and see whether the government have any interest.
Do you have any indications of interest from them in such a proposition?
No, not as yet.
How many people, how many Negro people do you think would join you in moving to such an area if it were provided?
I do say that the whole entire 20 million would join in with me if the leaders of my people would be intelligent enough to come and sit and talk with me as you are talking with me and question me on this particular mission in their midst, be intelligent, and try and learn what we are absolutely preaching and teaching. I do believe that they all would unite, and with me there would be no question.
Why do you feel that your people have no chance for equality of opportunity and justice with all the moves that are being made in that direction these days by the government and by responsible people of the white race?
I have every reason to believe. We have 400 years here with you. We are being attacked by you and denied civil rights today in your midst. After the government is preaching civil rights, it is still denying us civil rights. We were attacked no longer than the 5th of last month in Monroe, Louisiana. And the police came right in and jumped on my followers with their billets and whatnot, beating them up, and then declared themselves to be innocent, and that my followers attacked them. And then even did not want us to get a chance to get to justice, even as much. And this is clear, and as our 5 fingers on our hand, that we absolutely are denied civil rights up until this very moment. The majority of my people in America is denied.
You feel then that such actions as that which occurred at Monroe, Louisiana, typify the sentiments of the white race?
There's so many before that. There are hundreds and hundreds of them before that. This is just all of one.
Chance for improvement of relations between the white and Negro races then?
I don't think that I know that there is no way of absolutely getting along in peace between the slave master and his slave, one slave. In no such way as granting the slave equal rights with the slave master, because that is against even the law of nature. You cannot make your slave your equal. And the only way to solve this whole thing, it is to let the slave go for himself, give him a fish off. As the government wants discussed of colonizing the Negro, I do think, we don't want that today, I do think that this is the only way out. We just can't look for equal justice with you. So you are the master and we are the servant. I think the government then should send us back where they gotten us from.
What about those who get radio? How many followers? What is it you have? 5,000. How many followers do you think?
That is so. That is impossible for me to say. Today I may have 1,000 coming in throughout the country today.
Over 20,000 in your organization now?
Oh, I would say that if I would have to just use an approximate figure, I would put it 10 times or more than 20,000.
Over 200,000?
Yes.
Are you making any special efforts at conversion in the prisons in the United States?
Myself, I'm not trying to get in the prison to convert anyone, but wherever the truth goes, these teachings of Islam and of the knowledge of my people, if it's in prison house or if it's out in the free world,
takes the mind of the so-called American Negro under study, consideration of self. Therefore, if he enters the prison house and he hears it there, he become a convert to most of them. Because it is absolutely time for him to begin to think in terms of self and in terms of trying to do something for himself. And this teaching, as probably you know, would come to him about this time. If we have to go into biblical prophecy and everything like that, since you are Christian people, I'm quite sure you will agree with me that we all could expect what we see and hear today, according to the Bible and what. If we don't believe in that, well then okay.
Like KBTV News. There's been quite a bit of expression with the Negroes against your organization. What is your opinion of that?
Ignorance of the knowledge of what I'm teaching.
Is it a matter of converting them?
It is written that they all will be converted. And I don't say that they won't be converted. As I just said, if they would come and sit down and discuss the teachings with me, I do believe 99% of them will believe.
Sir, Jack Lang at Valley Times. I'd like to read you two sentences from your column of March 23rd, in which you said, the so-called Negroes of America will soon learn that there is no justice under the flag of America for them. You will soon bear witness that the white race of America is none other than the real devil in person. Is that your view?
That is true. That is true. We have 400 years experience under your flag, and we never have gotten justice.
Is that then what you consider to be understanding the white race and having equal relations?
That is true. That there is no way of bringing about a peace, as I just said, between the slave master and his one slave.
Pete Miller, KHJ. Would you and your followers take an oath of loyalty to the United States government?
Would we do what?
Take an oath of loyalty. A loyalty oath to the government.
Will we take one?
Would you be willing to?
What are we doing now? We're living on your government and we are obeying your laws and everything.
But do you consider yourself loyal to the United States government?
If we are not loyal to the United States government, it is the government's own privilege to prove that we are not loyal.
Would you allow a white man to join your group?
Will I allow a white man to join my group? If the white man can believe in Allah and believe in the religion of Islam and will accept it and carry out the 5 principles of belief and practice in our midst, he would not be any other than a Muslim.
Sir, after climbing again, does your organization maintain contact with Muslims in the Middle East and Africa?
I made a pilgrim to Mecca in 1959 and Medina.
Do you have any official connection with the Muslims there?
As a brother, I am their brother, and that goes for all the Muslims on the planet Earth.
Have they acknowledged it? Do they welcome you?
I wasn't turned down in Medina. I was permitted to make the pilgrim there and to kiss the black stone as all the other Muslims. And I was recognized by the Amir of Islam and all the other authorities in the Muslim world. I will receive.
Charges against the practice of the Muslim religion and its practice in the Muslim state, the Islamic state.
It's the same. The 5 principles of belief and practice is the same.
In other words, if I were a Muslim of Egypt, like a organization, exactly like that organization in Egypt, all the religions would be the same.
I lived in Egypt for over 2 weeks, and we all are the same. We all have the same belief.
Sir, given old LA Times, is there an organization called the Flower of Islam?
The Flower of Islam? I don't know of any such.
You don't know of any such organization?
The Flower of Islam, I don't know of any such.
Is there some organization within the Muslim movement whose purpose is militancy, is some the core of some future body of troops, or isn't there some organization of this nature?
That if such is existing, that comes under the head of some political government of Islam, and I have nothing to do with that.
Pete Miller, KHJ, again, do you have a special elite trained in judo methods and other means of physical force?
We take physical training, yes.
Why?
Why? Because it's good for our health and as any other one.
Judo, good for your health?
Is it good for any other person? It's good for us. We're taught in college and university to try and protect ourselves.
Do you take military training, sir?
Sir?
Do you take military training of any kind, or do any of your men?
No. We don't teach military because we are not expected to go to war. We only desire to live in peace and the right understanding of the truth, I do believe, will bring about peace other than the sword. The sword has not been able to establish peace.
Why do you object to the name Negro?
Because it's a plain name given to us by your own people, and there's no such a thing as a race or nation of Negroes.
What should the race be called?
We should be referred to as members of the Asiatic nation, or the black nation, or the tribe of Shabazz, in which we were originally in, or rather belonging to. We are still members of the tribe of Shabazz.
Sir, where were you born?
I was born in...
Fleming, once again. Where were you born, sir? What was your name at birth?
I was born in Georgia, the state of Georgia, not very far from Sandersville, Georgia. And I was brought up under the slave master's name that my grandfather and my father were under when they declared that they were free.
What's that?
Pooh.
What?
That was Pooh.
Pooh.
There was a slave master that owned my grandparents in Georgia, out from Sandersville in Washington County, by the name of Pooh. And he owned my grandparents, and they were left in his name when that they declared that they were free. This is one thing the white people should have done. They should have told my grandfathers that they are no more theirs, and therefore you have no rights to go in our name. As these are not our name, your name is your name, and my people's name is their people's name. And that people of ours, we should be in their name and not in yours. Because we are your slaves as long as we go in your name.
Like KTTV, do you consider yourself citizens of the United States?
Consider myself citizens of the United States. I consider any man a citizen of any government where he gets equal rights in that country or in that government. If a government grants to me equal rights in its government and declares that I'm a citizen there, I have acquired citizen rights, are born there, and they grant it to me equally as they does themselves, I say I'm a citizen.
And you say you're not, because you're not.
I just told you that the so-called American Negro has never gotten equal justice with you. And if we does not get equal justice with you, which that you absolutely will agree with me, because we're still fighting for civil rights, then how can we be a citizen when that we don't have enjoy citizen rights? We just a slave for yours. You didn't call us citizens 100 years ago.
Los Angeles, I will express. My name is Clyde Lee. Who is now actor in the report?
Minister Malcolm is a minister of mine. Yes, sir.
You unqualified as support for the statement that he is based on what I believe is your official house record.
Well, what is the statement that you're referring to?
Some of them I have read, I felt were somewhat less than conservative in reference to white race, devil, and so forth, and the ultimate situation of personality. So I would have been very now, I just wanted to have a question of your point of view.
What, about the devil part?
Yes, sure.
What does you consider devil?
What do I consider a devil?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe in the devil.
You don't believe in the devil? No. What does you consider a personal devil?
Well, as I say, sir, I don't believe in it.
You don't even believe that such thing exists?
No, that's correct.
Oh. What does the devil, the name devil mean?
Devil?
Yes.
God, you're the opposite of God. Where God means good, the devil stands for evil.
Stand for evil. Are you good?
Am I what, sir?
Are you good?
Not as good as I should.
Anything else?
Yes, I have another question. I'm sorry from the AP again. When I came out and talked to Mr. John, ma'am, to your right, I held out my hand to shake hands. He declined to shake my hand. I noticed that with several other people also this took place. Is this part of the way all of you people feel, or is that just...
No, no, it doesn't teach that. It doesn't teach that. No.
Shake hands with the Caucasian?
Almost daily.
Sir, we've been pretty good at identifying ourselves. Could we have the gentleman behind you identify themselves?
Yes, sir. Identify yourself. This is Secretary John.
Do we have their full names?
I give him Ali, John Ali. John Ali. I call him that.
The last name, sir?
Ali, A-L-I.
What's his real name?
That's his real name.
Christian? I mean,
he's not a Christian. He's not a Christian.
Was he christened that at birth?
So what?
Was he christened that at birth?
No, he was born that.
He was
born that. We could not have been, if you were driving at your own name, we could not have been born your name because we're not white people.
I say, was he given that name at birth?
He was born that. If he wasn't given that, it belongs to him. That's the thing. Because that's his people's name. His people goes in such things. And he should go in the names of his own people, as you goes in the name of your people.
We'll have a little cottage in Los Angeles. Can you tell me why such people leaders in the United States, as Reverend King or Mr. Wilson, behind your organization?
Well, I have never met them face to face. I don't believe they would do so if we would discuss.
What is your opinion of their method of integration?
Well, I just made that clearer when I told you that we desire not to be beggars.
Again, why do you oppose the NAACP?
In what way?
Aren't you opposed to the policies of the NAACP?
And what policies? They have more than
their program for advancing colored people in America.
I'm also trying to advance them myself.
But are you or are you not opposed to the NAACP?
I'm not opposed to advancing our people.
But are you or are you not opposed to the NAACP? Do you oppose them? Are you against what they work for?
If they are working for the advancement of my people, I'm not against that.
Do you think they are?
I think they are. I'm not with them in begging. That's the thing. I'm not with them. I can't advance my people by making them beggars of yours.
Just another professional question. Have you ever had a press conference like this before?
No, sir. This is the first real one that I have had. I have had a couple of press conferences, but not like this.
And why did you call this specifically? What was the reason for coming to Los Angeles to call a press conference?
Because, I think the newspaper
the Herald Dispatch invited you to come over and meet me to clarify that I may clarify some of the charges that has been made against myself and my followers. This is one of the reasons that I would like to have met you and to clarify these charges that have been made against us that is not true.
Thank you. Mr. Austin Carver, Citizen News, would you tell us about this 1970? Would you clarify that? Is that a deadline? Or?
I just said that the only thing I said about 1970, that I believe that my people would by that time be believing in the religion of Islam.
This is kind of a warm season to be coming back here.
Phoenix is, I'm getting to like Phoenix. And since I have brought the home out here, I like Phoenix and some seasons of the year better than I like Chicago. And there's nothing for me to do but to go home. So this is my home.
Very good. Which would you call your real home, Chicago or Phoenix now?
Well, either one is my real home.
Yeah. So home wherever you are.
Either one is my real home. As there's an old saying, go everywhere I hang my hat is my home, sweet home.
You have been discussed quite a bit in the news lately, ever since your organization's convention in Chicago several weeks ago. Since the death of Malcolm X, have you encountered any serious trouble, or do you expect any serious trouble?
I have not encountered any serious trouble, and I don't expect to encounter with any serious trouble from Malcolm's death. This death of Malcolm, God himself had something to do with that. And I think the people will learn that this was some work of God himself.
Do you feel possibly something that Malcolm brought on himself then?
Well, he did bring all of it on himself. If he had stayed with us, following me, he would not have been dead today. He would have been a living man today. I believe Malcolm knew these things. But in fact about it, he being all fired for self. And as all jealous leaders meet with some such kind of fate one day or another. And so he was all fired for going for himself, as he said. And going contrary to the truth by telling other than the truth, it don't bring a person to no good end. So Malcolm met with just what he preached.
You feel then possibly he was more interested in serving his own interests than a cause?
Well, I believe that he really wanted to be that which God had not made him to be.
The period since your organization's gathering in Chicago, a great deal has happened, both in regard to your organization and a great many racial organizations. A lot of segregationists nowadays, including the Ku Klux Klan, say that organizations like the NAACP and CORE are filled with communists. What do you think of this charge? Have you an opinion on this?
I don't know anything about communists. I never was one myself. Don't expect to be one. And therefore I can't say anything about another man's belief. And even his practice, if it's something other than what I have. I can't say anything about it unless it involves or clashes with the truth. Then I goes to work to try to defend that truth that I believe in and that I preach. And as far as the segregation and the Ku Klux Klan preachings, teachings, they are an old organization that has been, according to history, they dates way back. And they're still here. Whether the government like them or not, I have nothing to do with that. But I know I cannot be classified as one myself. I'm not a Ku Klux Klan myself. And segregation, I don't believe in segregation. I think that according to prophesied scripture which we have with us in the Bible and Quran, I think, excuse me, I think we are at a time of complete separation. We cannot expect to live here with you and look for you to support us after you have educated us enough, or rather given to us enough education to do something for ourselves. And as the world is narrowing, as the world knows, it's getting a little narrower and narrower. And I think every nation should look forward for itself to try to hang on a piece of this old world in the sun, and not to be fighting and quarreling with each other all the time over the other spot.
Within themselves or among themselves.
Within and among themselves, I don't think it's necessary. If we would do just a bit of justice and just say, you're justified to live in the sun here somewhere on the earth, and I will help you to try to get a place somewhere where you can live in the sun as others, and that's banish all argument, dissatisfaction, disagreement, and evil thinkings of nations. If we would be let alone by doing the thing that is right, every nation go to its own, as is predicted in the Bible, that the time that will come that God will force all nations to go to their own. And I don't think that time is too far distant. And so the so-called American Negro, which are really the lost and found members of the Nation of Islam, the religion of God, which means entire submission to His will, who has been here for 400 years, serving the white man of America's well. And now he has become to think in terms of the white man's thinking. He thinks now that he should be part of the white man. He should be, he should share equally in everything the white man has. This kind of ideal brings us to a very serious, I would say, point. It is bound to bring on bloodshed and death. If such thinkings are carried into practice, are forced into practice, it only will mean the slaughter of each other. Because this can't be done like that. We originally didn't have nothing in America, not even our shadow. And I think we should move forward and trying to get ourselves placed back with on ether somewhere on this earth where we can be alone to ourselves, build whatever civilization we want to build. Let it be free for us to build that type of civilization. If it's digging holes on hillsides, or if it's making mud houses in some sluice or some muddy pond. Whatever we like, we should be let alone and do that. And this stops all of this dissatisfaction, death dealing with each other, which is going to end up in a wholesale world thing.
You see no other course but that?
I don't see no other course but a whole entire world slaughter of man.
Which is a horrible thing to think about.
It is a horrible thing to think of it, but I do have prophets' predictions that such thing could take place and will take place if we pursue the course that we are pursuing now. For 22 million so-called American Negroes who originally was brought into the Western Hemisphere by the white man to do his service and not to do our service. They have served that time out, and now it is no need for the white man nor for the so-called Negro to sit down at no such thing as a conference table to try to bring up some kind of agreement to live together and share together whatever is here. There's about 9 white men out of 10 that will not agree with no such agreement that the Negroes share equally with them, nor even have any social equality with them.
Do you feel there are that many who would feel that way?
I believe there's 9 out of 10, practically. But, if you can get 100 out of every 1,000 that will agree as this kind of a thing. What I mean by this kind of a thing, the government trying to force the Negro into his society and the Negro trying to force himself in the white man's society. This don't mean nothing but a revolution. You're not going to stand for a lot of that yourself. I would not want it, my number one. Let the nation look at each other as a nation and the fundamentals of the nation that they are involved with. Number 2, let us deal with each other on the basis of justice and truth. Truth and justice, if carried into practice, could settle the whole conflicting world today.
Do you feel there's not much chance of justice or truth triumphing?
None the feet of the civilized world. Justice and truth is the last thing to resort to or use whenever they has exhausted every means that they have of their own corrupted ideals for peace. Then they probably will turn to justice. That is, if any be left.
They will, as a last resort, turn to that which they should have turned first. Then.
At first, and then it would have saved rivers of blood.
May I ask a couple of other questions slightly off the subject now? In relation to Phoenix again, while you were in Chicago, I understand some shots were fired into your home by apparently someone who does disagree with you. How do you feel about that kind of thing? Does it bother you?
That does not worry me at all. These things could be aimed at my head for as that concerned. I don't expect anything like total friendship, but I do expect men of education, men of civilization, men of reason science, men of truth and understanding of truth, that they should not be classified with no such acts themselves.
You feel men of truth or honor would not do this kind of thing?
They will not do such thing. This is savage. To have any home shot at or bombed in civilized America today with her fine institutions of learning throughout the country and educating and civilizing people in foreign countries. For such thing to happen, it is disgrace.
I think most people would agree with that. Don't you find that so, that most people would share that view at least?
I think all civilized men will.
The problems in America over the past few years have resulted in things like the problems in Selma, Alabama, Montgomery, all through the South. Do you feel that these incidents accomplish anything?
I don't see where they have accomplished anything but the fights that they have.
Getting people hurt.
Getting people hurt and disgraced. That's the only thing that I can see in such movements as going, marching on people and trying to force yourself. The base of it is forcing yourself on people that you're not wanted. and in such a way that no one would accept you in that way of forcing or even appealing for. I think the so-called American Negro, who is my brother and I'm part of him, I think we should first do this. After being enslaved for the last 300 or 400 years, I think we should prepare ourselves and be fitted, qualified to ask people to accept us as their equal or to accept us as a member of their society. I think we should qualify for such place first. That means cleaning up ourselves internally and externally as well.
Do you feel that if there's any such thing, the average American Negro, if there's any such thing as an average, do you think that he wants to do this, or do you think he feels like maybe he's defeated and there's no use trying?
Well, I must go back here to Ezekiel and the Bible of the dry bone, which represents people as we are. It said their hopes was lost and that they was cut off from their part. Mm-hmm. I think that is very true if we look at that prophesy, and that they actually feels hopeless, and they know no place but the place that they was born in and has been in and felt crushed as a crushed people, and they begin to realize that they has been crushed and is still felt as a crushed people.
Do you feel that, excuse me, sir, since we're nearly out of film again, do you feel that your organization is taking steps or can take steps to help eliminate or solve this situation, the feeling of hopelessness?
We are absolutely doing just that. I don't think we should use the word that do you think, but I have examples, excuse me, for the world. And these men that follow me and women's, children's, and I have an example of work there that the world can judge for what I'm teaching and what I'm trying to do for this people. And once they would obey and do as I am teaching them to do, I don't think you nor any other foreign nation would feel ashamed to say that stands a citizen of mine, or here stands a people that came up from my fathers, and look at them today. There are lots of difference in them and 100 years ago.
What do you see then? Do you see a lot of this kind of progress then in the years ahead? Do you think this is becoming
I believe that it will continue to progress until it becomes a complete success among our people, and if they just be let alone. While a man is trying to do well, as the old saying goes, let well do. Since that the teachings that I am giving to these people in the qualification of kindness and of not only body and soul, as they go to say, but even of mind and intellect of these people is being changed completely. They're no more the same. They want now to be something.
So they're changed as a result of the teaching.
Of the teaching, the result of the teaching.
Sir? Yeah, now he is.
As I was saying, that the so-called American Negro, the qualification in words necessary for him to become a member of the civilized nation's society, not only here but elsewhere. He must be qualified for such. No teachers ever cared to lose the time, or take the time, I should say first, to try and qualify him to put this man in the society of the nation. They all have felt very happy to see him in the mud and remain there. And the oppositions today, it's just him washing himself out of the mud of filth of a civilized people. He absolutely don't have too much freedom for it now. But
still difficult.
Yes, but he still is now yearning for such. Once he see an example of it, his nature goes for it. Because by nature, that is what he is. But lost from it for 400 years, he don't know how to go and apply himself to it or gain his place alone. He has to have help. And there's no one want to take that job now since he's so far gone. They consider he's just mentally dead. No way of even putting him back where he was, nor even to make him a modern member of society. They think the job is too tremendous.
And you then, sir, would be offering, shall we say, hope in a situation that has been at best difficult. Does this bring you a great many followers? Is what you say well received?
In what I have said, it have attractions upon my people. Mm-hmm. And it's like a man that has lost his purse down the street a couple of days ago, and he has forgotten all about whatever owning it again. Someone walks up to him.
As the messenger of Allah. Now, Mr. Muhammad is at home, and he's supposed to be on the line in just a few moments, and this means that when you and Mr. Muhammad are connected, we cannot have both parties speaking at the same time. And if you do, then none of us can hear the other, because unfortunately on radio it sounds rather scrambled. Mr. Muhammad has agreed to remain quiet until his questioners have either finished their questions or their statements, and we must insist that the callers do likewise, otherwise we will be forced to disconnect you. Now we ask that if you have a question for our guest, Mr. Muhammad, to please make it as brief as possible. Also, we must insist that you turn off your radios while you and I are connected. You see, we're on what we call a 6-second delay. Now this means that what you will be hearing 6 seconds from now is what I'm saying at this instant. Now this is to prevent any obscenities from going out over the air. Have we heard from our guest yet? Well, I hope he's listening, and we'll call that number that we have, let me see. No, nothing yet. We will
think that he should receive from those that he gives gifts to. And furthermore, this makes children come up practicing deceit and falsehood.
I want you to interpret for us the meaning in the Bible. I understand that you're a student of the Bible. The brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. Now, the reason I'm asking you is this. I understand that you say that sometimes that we are not all brothers, that the black man is not the brother to the white man. And I'm wondering how you could reconcile this.
We are not brothers. The Bible, if I would answer according to the way you have asked it, it begins with envy and jealousy between the brother, and finally murder. And it closes in the Revelation with the murder of the brotherhood of man destroyed. And peace, for the first time, is now enjoyed between men and men, after the destruction of the enemy of the brotherhood of man.
Is that also in the Quran, the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God?
There is no fatherhood taught in the Holy Quran. The brotherhood of the Muslim is taught from the beginning to the end.
I see. You know, speaking of Christmas, a few moments ago, tomorrow morning, 4 o'clock Chicago time, there will be a truce called in Vietnam by our forces, and it's being hoped that it will be also observed by the North Vietnamese. So many people are demonstrating
war is a war to end wars, and that it will involve every human being on the earth.
How do you mean that?
I mean that before ever that it is ended, or before ever there is declared a victor, that every human being on the earth will be affected by this war that has now started.
Do you think it's a race war?
I think every race will be involved.
But I mean, as it's being fought today, the Vietnamese and the Americans, do you think that it's black against white?
Well, they are fighting the darker people there in Vietnam. In Vietnam, these people are not Caucasian people. They are mixed people. And they are mixed with different races, and similarly, their religion is something on the base of the Hindus.
Incidentally, you know, it was just last Saturday that two astronauts, Gemini 6, I think it was, Gemini 7, landed. The day before Gemini 6 landed with two of our astronauts. Do you have any ideas or opinions on the space race that we are now conducting? You know, we will be going to the moon by 1970, I understand.
I think that it's absolutely unnecessarily serious that it will end with the defeat of those who are now ascending into space. And I think it's just a waste of money.
You do?
Yes. Of course, it brings us into more knowledge of the space. It's opening up, as the Holy Quran refers to it, as the opening up of heaven and the secret of the heaven being revealed. And it is referred to again as the climbing up to the heavens, there to steal the secret of the heavens in the Quran. And again, it is said that if they would do these things, they will find a flame waiting for them. So the book also, we call Bible, refers to a flame destroying those who would ascend up into the heaven and try to encamp the holy city. And that God caused fire to come down and destroy them all. This is real, this is real possible, because so many dots that we look up there in the sky shining, there's nothing in the world but balls of fire.
Incidentally, you were saying heaven. Is this where you say what heaven is? God's up there. This is where we go to heaven?
Refers to the open space that is filled with the stars.
I see. Do you believe in extrasensory perception? I understand that the Russians are trying to, it's possible rather, that they're trying to develop this as a means to communicate between themselves and the astronauts. And I'm asking you this because I remember there was a woman, Jean Dixon, who has written a book called A Gift of Prophecy, and it predicts many of the things which I understand you've been discussing for over 30 years.
This thing about what they have done, you're still in space. These two people, Russia and the white American or the European Caucasian people, they are absolutely on the same line. And that one is probably fearing the government of advancing more into the knowledge of getting some kind of a position into space that in case that if the current destruction of the earth or the people of the earth, that they will be in a position to fight back from space those who are fighting in destroying the earth. And that there may be a possible chance of their survival after the destruction of the human people or race on the earth. Because of the display of the powers, the Bible calls it the powers of heaven, which only means the power of the atoms being brought into display. That is the real power of the heavens and earth. It is that little secret thing there that we call atom that we cannot see its little power only under some microscope.
You know, and I was also speaking about her book, Jean Dixon, Gift of Prophecy. She predicts many things I understand that you've been discussing.
I don't call her a woman that is gift of prophecy. When we refer of a person gift of prophecy, we are referring to a person that is not divinely inspired or guided. But when a person refers to their knowledge or their guesswork and see by looking in a crystal ball, we call these people false. And astrologers and all like that using their guesswork.
I understand that you have proposed an economic plan for black Americans. I want you to explain that to us very briefly.
I have this, as probably you have read it, Mr. South, on the last page of our paper, the Muhammad speech. I do believe that if we would unite and try and conserve some of our earnings, it is nothing but a nickel a day for 5 days a week. Just 25 cents a week, that means $1 a month for us to go and put over here in the savings for the 22 million. 5 people or more here, each and every man that earns a nickel a dime, he should try to give a nickel, if possible, to a savings plan to try to fight against poverty and want that the so-called American Negro suffers more than any people on earth. He wastes his wealth into that which does not bring him no benefit whatsoever whenever that he's out of a job. He brings his check in and he drinks it up and he throws it away and finds luckily that he could do without. And here we face always the problem of getting into the break line of suffer. With his last, what may be the first one fight, last one hard and the first one fight, I should get it right. So since we know these things, why should we unite and try and save us up? This runs up into millions of dollars in 1 year. Just that which we are throwing away. If we would sacrifice a cigar, sacrifice that glass of beer, sacrifice that drink of whiskey over there, that we can do without, and put that money into a bank to try to protect the suffering of our own people here. Help build houses for them. Help raise food for them on the farm. Go get some of these good as many I ever buy from the white people. If they are not good and kind enough to give us a place as we really is justified in asking them to give us the ground. Go and raise us our food. Go there and raise our own elements for their hide and for their hair and their flesh for our meat. Like other nations have done. We, Mr. South, are a people here numbering into 10 million, tens of millions. Now we're in the 30s. We're getting into that million. We are now in such number that we should try to get away from being man can provide everything for us, and then if we don't get him to provide it for us, we go and lay down at his door and beg him to do so, and then charge him with absolutely mistreating us for not giving it to us. Yes, I think we're a little wrong in going that far. I think we should use our education today to build up an economic system among our own selves. And this is the number one thing to start with, saving something out of that which we are in.
Listen, you were speaking about economics. Have you had any training whatsoever in economics?
I noticed, Mr. South, I will answer you like this, that there was never anything like a reformer or a government that had built up from scratch, having trained men at the start from some other source of educational training. They got experience by actually going into things themselves from actual work. Now, pick an economic program for this people. If this plan is favorable, if it's workable, that I have before the world here on the last page of our paper, then we have no right or have no need to talk on whether he had any previous training or not. That would be like the Israelites wanted to question Moses, whether he had a scripture before the Ten Commandments.
I wonder if you could tell what makes you think that this idea of yours, this economic plan, would work?
Because it is too clear. We know that if we save part of our money out of our check this week, we have some to take us over next week. And we don't have to wait next week until we make another check.
How would this plan work here in Chicago? I mean, locally, this is
it will work here. We can take right here on the south side, where there is near 1 million people of our kind. Say, for instance, that if we would take and try, save 25 cents a week, $1 a week, whatever we could save, and take it and build up business, and build up homes for our people here, and instead of them waiting for the government to build them up, to pay a high rent for that same little small room there that you can hardly get in and out. We could do these things ourselves if we were just intelligent enough to unite and try and do something for ourselves. Instead of having the white man to come from the north side or come up on the south side and build up all of our business for us, and then they take all the profit back on the north side and live like a king. I don't think it's easy for us to just stimulate and try and take this plan, put it up in a bank until we have a few $1 million, and that would be overnight. We would soon have that. And we're building up business on the south for ourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hotline. Wesley South is your host. Our guest tonight is Mr. Muhammad. Our telephone number is 847-2602. Getting back to you, Mr. Muhammad, you know, a few moments ago you were talking about Negroes buying, they just quit buying so much whiskey and beer. Why do you think such a large percentage of the alcohol beverages that are sold here in Chicago are sold within the Negro community?
I do say this, that the white man has learned that he can reap the harvest of the black man of the South who loves to drink whiskey and beer of their making, and that they have reaped the great profit of people being so ignorant to cash their paychecks into taverns. And therefore, it keeps spreading. And the legitimacy of our people keep going to do these things. And I do think that it's nothing but right that myself and you or any other sane-thinking man should put a stop to this robbery of hard-earned earnings of our people and conserve them for the better of our people's future.
You know, let's get to another subject now, and that is civil rights. You know, since the Little Rock incident back in 1957 when the 9 youngsters tried to get into Central High School, civil rights struggle has been intensified since then. I wonder if you would tell us your views on the civil rights struggle.
Well, civil rights here, if we understand it, it's mostly for the white man, and it is for the white man. We should first try to get human rights, because civil rights is mostly confined to the country where you live, and that we cannot by no means ever be given the same equal rights as white people, and while they're on the country, while they make their own laws for the country, for us to obey, and in fact about it, they are the complete boss or the power of the country. We are nothing in the world but people that have come up from slave parents, and that we have never been given the right of equality with the white man in this country, and he never will do it. Because that means that the country would have to be divided up between us and make us a standard, make us, I say, a state that is in the earth and not something above the earth. This talk of civil rights is something like, we say, a parasite flying above the surface and have not anywhere to land, only on the other man's soil. Therefore, we cannot never say that we have equal rights with white people as long as they own the country.
You know, you are diametrically opposed to the views of Dr. Martin Luther King and Roy Wilkins and other civil rights leaders, and I've often heard it said that you had invited them to come with you, or at least to join up with you, and that you could help them achieve these goals. I want you to explain what you mean by joining up with these groups and these leaders. And also, would you tell us what you think of the leaders?
Yes, I do say that they have the wrong idea to achieve a good future for our people, because that their ideal is based upon begging the white man for a chance to be his equal without going to the base. And therefore, we cannot go up to the top and come to the bottom. We have to go from the bottom to the top. And this thing about begging the white man to make him to accept us as his equals, I don't think that we should do a thing like that, and I don't think that we should look forward to try to force ourselves on them to do these things when the earth is so large and that we are such great number of people, and our people on the planet Earth outnumbers the white man far more than they. We are outnumbering them about nearly 11 to 1.
What do you think about joining in with Dr. Martin Luther King? This is what I was referring to.
I can't join with him on his program. His program would never free us. It would keep us bound to the white man, rule and subjected to him. I want independence of the white man for my people. I don't think that we, after 400 years here and 100 years up from so-called freedom, I do not think that we should be begging for a place among them to serve them longer. I think we should beg them to get a place somewhere to ourselves. And if we can't get it from them, I think we should turn to our give us a place among them, where that we can build a future for ourselves and not build up a future for service to other people.
What do you think about civil rights leaders?
I just think that they got the wrong program, as I said, and that they are leading their people back into slavery instead of freeing them.
Some of the civil rights leaders and educators, including Dr. Martin Luther King, have suggested that this country pay for the slave labor of our forefathers. And what do you think about this? Do you think it would affect the economy of this country?
I don't think that this is the step to take. I hope I don't say anything here to make people to think the wrong thing on this question. I don't think that we should be begging the white man to pay us for the slave labor that our forefathers did for them since they were bought from our people from their native land and brought here as property of theirs, and that they used them for their labor. Now, I don't think that this will be the proper thing to demand, but I do say this. I think that they are obligated to give us some kind of send-off that would put us in a position to care for ourselves.
What's the economy that you're talking about building within? Would this be building something, an economy within an economy, and this new land? Don't you think this would affect the economy of the United States?
No.
And listen, I'm going to let you think about that. We've come to the half-hour mark, and I'm going to stop here for station identification. Ladies and gentlemen, Wesley South is your host. Our guest tonight is the leader of the Muslims in the United States, Mr. Elijah Muhammad. Our telephone number is 847-2602, and we'll be back immediately after this call.
You're listening to WVOM. If the government would be kind enough to give to us our territories here in this country, and would help us with the necessity for the next 20 or 25 years that which we are not able to produce. They help us with it. They give it to us until we are able to produce that necessity of life for ourselves on the soil that they have given to us. And I do believe within a quarter of a century, we would absolutely be able to supply everything of our needs. I don't think that the government would have to supply us hardly anything if we are given such a chance. Even in the first few years, I do think there's much that we would be, supplying for ourselves. We can grow the place is as it is, where they are already growing their own needs. So what I mean, such as food and building for themselves shelters from the wood.
In other words, it would be the entire economy would be provided in this area that you're referring to, this area that would be put aside for the black people.
Pardon me?
I said this would be all, this economy would be directly in this area that would be put aside for the black people.
That's right.
And they could be self-producing.
That's right.
Listen, getting back to these leaders, have you gotten together with any of these leaders like Whitney Young, Roy Wilkins, Dr. King, or any of our local leaders?
Not any of them. Not one of them that you are referring to as top leaders. They are top leaders. They have not given me a chance at them. I have invited them, but they seem to start anything like a talk with me.
I understand, and I have read where people from all over the world come to Chicago to meet with you, and I wonder if you have any idea why any of these other leaders, the ones we're just referring to, have not called on you.
Well, it is true that leaders, scientists, scholars and scientists have and still visit me from every part of the earth. Every civilized nation, I have met some of their leaders. And these here, I don't know, I just have to say that they a little proud of themselves and they don't get in talk with me.
I see. You know, while we're still on controversy, I wonder if you'd tell us what your position is on Dr. Willis and the school issue here in Chicago.
Well, I doesn't care to have anything to do with that, Mr. South, at all.
I see. You know, last August out in Los Angeles, during the incidents out in Watts, I read where one of your mosques, the police went in and I think you reported where there were more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition that was shot into it, and 59 of your followers were arrested. And then the Courier, we had off last week, I had a story that came off of the wire that you had just defended these people and all of them got off. Then I read last Friday another one of your mosques in Newark, New Jersey had been raided by the police. Do you think that the police are by any chance picking on you?
Well, I cannot say they are not, but it's clear that they are. This people, the police department, as you may find that on the last page of our paper, that they are acting and committing themselves in the category of absolute brute forces. And they seem to have a profound hatred for my followers and myself. They don't like Islam to be taught. Islam is a religion that the white man does not care for, especially for the Negroes, though they have an organization here that they practice and teaches it in secrecy. But for us, they never wanted the Negro to... Islam is a religion that the white man does not care for, especially for the Negroes, though they have an organization here that they practice and teaches it in secrecy. But for us, they never wanted the Negro to accept Islam because Islam means freedom of the Negro. And therefore, they are attacking temples and trying to destroy them. Shows just the nature of these people. They have such evil and hatred nature of the black man ever doing anything for himself, especially the Negro. The so-called Negro, the white man here, have never wanted him recognized. They don't recognize themselves, and they don't want other people to recognize you. And therefore, this is to try to discourage all of our people from accepting Islam.
So they shoot up your mouth.
The brother of their people. And therefore, brotherhood with the nation of Islam means power to the so-called Negro. And I'm not surprised at them attacking us. I would be surprised if they wasn't attacking us, because they know what Islam means. Islam means the freedom of the 22 million people here, and well, I must say it means the destruction of the white race.
Have you had any trouble with Chicago police?
I have lived right here for 33 years now in Chicago, about 34. And that I have not been bothered too much with the police department here. Here of late, we've been getting along pretty well.
I'm sorry. Incidentally, getting back to the something you said a few moments ago, that you've long advocated that the Negroes should have a state of their own. Do you mean in the United States or on another continent? And when do you think this will come about?
The white man keeps trying to find some chips and whetstones to try to build up some kind of pacification for the so-called Negroes to keep living here. At the same time, these conflicts keep coming between him and the so-called Negro, because the so-called Negro now is too far advanced education to accept this old slavery stuff that he get back in the rear and drag along like Grandpappy and Grandmammy. He's not going to take any more of that. He's too far advanced now, and he will never be the white man's slave as he once was. And therefore, with that advanced education given to the so-called American Negro, makes him to think on the same terms of the white man.
Yeah, I know. This is the question I was asking. Did you say that that the Negro should have the state of their own? Do you mean in the United States or on another continent?
That's what I'm trying to answer. Therefore, he cannot get along with the white man in the same house because he demands everything that the white man enjoys for himself, he demands it for himself. Now, the only way to do this, it is that they are two different people by nature, and you have white them with their fathers for 300 years in servitude slavery. Now you say the children is free. Let them go free for themselves, and let them live to themselves, and provide a place for them if you can. As America is large enough to provide a place for the 22 million to themselves, and let the white man give them a push-off to get started. And if he don't use that for them, then I fear that he won't enjoy what he already claims as his now. What I mean is that he won't have no peace in his country. And that the final thing will come one day or another. One of them must go.
When do you think this will be accomplished?
Well, I think now the way that it is predicted and the way that the course of the nation is moving, I think that it will come about in a few years.
What do you call a few years?
I will say within 5 years.
Incidentally, here in Chicago, there are a lot of people, and many of them, a large percentage of them are Negroes, are on relief in Chicago. What do you think of this? And what do you think of it as it's being done for the Negro, or as you said, the so-called Negro?
Maybe I did not get your first word so well.
I said here in Chicago.
The what?
We have a relief program.
Oh, yes.
And I was wondering how you thought about it being.
I don't think that we should subsist on a relief line.
But if they can't work, if they don't have any jobs.
I think that this program or plan will give us all the work that we want to do if we are put to work for ourselves. We cannot hope to work for the white man or be employed by the white man when that he has so many of his own kind to supply jobs for. And since that they have to give jobs to their own unemployed, and the unemployed will continue to increase, and we should not stand around and wait for the white man to go and make jobs for us with college education, university education. With that type of education, if we would work together, we can create jobs for ourselves.
I would like to know what you think about politics. I remember many of your followers said that they don't vote, and it made me think about quite a few wards on the west side that are for the population is Negro, all Negro, yet they have all white leaders. What do you think of that situation?
Well, I don't think the politics of the white man as we see it
participating in politics in the United States. I mean, how are you going to get these things?
That we can successfully have anything like clean politics with the white man in the United States of America as long as we are Muslims. Because we did not have it there when that we was Christians.
You know, and
we want clean justice. And we just naturally will not accept corruption in politics for ourselves.
you know, in your recent book, A Message to the Black Man, you condemn sport and play. Yet I read in the paper that one of your well-known followers is a heavyweight boxing champion. Now, how do you reconcile that?
We don't believe in this. We just want to take this as we are in it now, and we have already become the champion. We just want to hold it and show the world how that this could be protected if there was any such thing like, people that wanted to try and have a clean sport and not say a commercialized sport which would endanger the lives of the people and probably, well, as you know, that now in all the sports, here of late, death is becoming more frequent. And therefore, we don't like no such. We just want to show them for a few days, a few years, that if we are there that long, that it can be carried out in a clean and just manner in which that the sport will be enjoyed by those who love it without such thing as death and trying to go in the ring to kill one another. We don't want that. We're not going to kill nobody. We're not going to do that thing that we have seen in the past. You notice in the past that people come out all bloodied up and all disfigured up. Well, this is what we want to show them, that it can be carried on without this kind of murdering each other. And you notice the last about that Muhammad Ali.
Many people call him Cassius Clay.
Yeah, they call him that, but that's a slave name. Yeah. That is not his name. Muhammad Ali, he has not shown any mark yet in his face, and he has not brutalized his opponent. And this is the only thing we want to show, and then we bow it out of it. I don't like it myself. No, I don't like no commercializing all human beings just for the fun of it and subject them to death even this much in it.
You know, you advocate the separation of races, and I'd like if you could explain how you can account that your headquarters is in a integrated community, and you also live in an integrated community. I think living next door to you, there are white people, I know on one side, I don't know about on both sides of you.
Well, it's not on both sides, it's only on the north side. White people live. Yes. White people live on the north side of me, and a preacher of my own people live on the south side of me. Now, the thing of this, it was not that I wanted to live in a mixed neighborhood or with white people, but I wanted to show my people that if they would live peaceful and quiet and not be loud and live a clean life and keep their homes clean and themselves clean and not live like a savage in civilization, that they can live anywhere, whether it's in the neighborhood of white people or the neighborhood of any other people or race on there, if they would try to live intelligent and clean and decent and keep their mouth shut and not making their mouth a disturbance. In fact, among the neighbors the most thing white people hate Negroes living in their community, it is they are too loud. They are
could you be saying that then that why the Negroes are loud if they're supposed to be the best people, as you have said?
They are the best people, but still that they are not what they are really now. They are practicing something that is other than themselves. They are righteous, but they are not righteous in the way that they are living. But they actually by nature is righteous.
I see. Listen, how do you propose to eliminate juvenile delinquency among the Negro youth?
Teach the child in the beginning a good thing, and don't teach him other than good. Such as, I see James sitting over there in his dog said so and so and so, speaking English language, and he meets the bird talking to another bird, and all like that, instead of teaching the child something of truth. We teach our children to understand the Holy Quran, the first thing in prayer. We start them off into saying the prayer first, and we start them off again in the reading of Quran, and teach them the word of God and the guidance of God from Quran. And this gets in the child in his very beginning. And then he goes to school there, he tries to follow what he was taught of good. And he don't try to go to school to start to be a disturber of the peace and a fighter of his brother in the class. You have an example in our school out here. Our children is taught to love each other, and they better not fight each other. We will certainly chastise them if they are found fighting each other or telling stories. This is the way that we bring them up in our school. We force them.
You have very little juvenile delinquency.
We don't have it. No, we don't have that. We punish them severely for breaking the law.
You know, many times when you talk, I've heard you say, people ask you, how do you know this? You always say, well, Allah told me this, or Allah has revealed this to me. How can a person know that Allah has, as you say, has revealed this to you? I mean, anyone could say this, and many people say that God knows it.
What that I'm doing, I could not accomplish no such success if it had not been from God. I do everything from God. All that I'm teaching and all that I'm advising my followers to do, it is from God. I cannot do nothing of myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is Mr. Elijah Muhammad. Our telephone number is 847-2602. Now, we're going to stop here for another commercial and come back, and we'll go directly to the telephone. We'll be back immediately after. Just a moment. Can you hear Mr. Muhammad? Hear her speak?
Yes, I do. I do.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead now.
Out in the street who are interested in the program that his economic program that he has on the back page of his paper, and we'd like to know how is it possible, or is it possible for him to work with us, cooperate with us, and guide us in this direction without us becoming involved with his official staff.
Would you answer that, Mr. Muhammad? Right ahead. Oh, can you hear? You couldn't hear on the telephone?
I wish that perhaps that last part of it is repeated.
Yes. She said repeat your last part, please.
Oh, I was
Not the entire part, no, just the last part of it.
Oh, how could we out in the street who want to work on his economic program cooperate with him without becoming involved with his official staff?
Go right ahead, sir.
The official staff is with you to work on this program. You will not be involved on the official staff. The official staff is looking for people to work with them on this program.
Okay, does that answer your question? Okay.
or heard correctly, was it true that Mr. Muhammad said that he do believe in the Holy Bible?
Do you believe in the Holy Bible?
Yes. Yes, I believe in the Bible, the truth that's in the Bible.
Not the Quran, right?
Well, and I believe that it must be reinterpreted in order for us to not to be snared with that which was added into it and such things as symbols which is misunderstood and misinterpreted by the readers of the Bible. I do think that most of the Bible means good if we rightly understand it.
That answer your question?
I have one other question I'd like to ask.
Yes.
The reason why I ask is because I've talked with several Muslims, or I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation.
Muslims, they call them.
Muslims?
Yes.
Well, the reason I ask is because in the Bible and throughout the Bible, it shows that God is not partial. That is, if you believe in the God of the Bible. And if God is impartial, how is it that he can command or issue a message to one of his prophets to teach partiality among the races?
Mr. Muhammad?
Yes. God is not impartial when it comes to the righteous. God is for the righteous according to the Bible, and he's not for the wicked. And that he don't take and divide equally his mercy with the wicked and the righteous. He's so for the righteous. And therefore, I cannot say to you that is asking this question, yes, you are right, that God is not impartial. He is impartial. He is for the righteous and not for the wicked.
Did you hear that, ma'am?
Yes, I also remember a scripture in the book of Acts, the 10th chapter, in verse 34, where it says that God is impartial, but every man in every nation that works righteousness is acceptable. So this doesn't single out just one nation. It says every nation. So how do you explain that?
Who are you trying to refer to?
He said, who are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to the scripture that's quoted here. It says he said that
nation. Who are you referring to?
He said he was referring directly to the scripture.
Oh, did you talk to me?
No, I was talking to Mr. Muhammad.
Because I can't hear his comment, you know.
I think, made it clear there, the wicked and the righteous. God is not for the wicked. He's for the righteous. In the very beginning, in Genesis, there we have two brothers. One fighting the righteous brother and murdering him, and God is against the brother that murdered the righteous. Again, here in the Bible, we find where that he says Esau and Jacob was brothers. But he loved Jacob and hated Esau. These was two brothers. So I do think your Bible, if you read it clearly, that you will find God on the side of the righteous.
And you're saying, Mr. Muhammad, that the black man is a righteous man.
The black man is the righteous man by nature. He was created righteous.
Okay. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Well, yes.
I'll have to go to another call.
Yes, thank you very much.
This is the hotline.
Hello, Mr. Sir.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. How you doing?
Yeah, how are you, Mr.
I would like to ask the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a question, please.
Go right ahead, sir.
My question would be this, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I do respect your judgment and still do. May I say that I had the pleasure to enjoy you and thousands of us did, but what bothered us and what stopped us from coming was when the time that this George Rockwell spoke at to meeting out here at the amphitheater. We are not educated people, and we didn't exactly understand this. And since we didn't, it wasn't clarified to us. It isn't because that we fell out with you that we stopped coming, but this confused us because we don't take him as to be a friend of Negro. This is the question I want to ask you, John Rockwell.
If you would answer that, Mr. Muhammad.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
You have learned since then that the meeting was not to make friends with people that is not friendly with us, but only the freedom to let them express themselves, so that we may know who is who. We are the Muslim that does not condone or does not declare ourselves friends with no one that is not friends of ours. We do know that this people is not our friends, and therefore we only let them express themselves in the public as we was given the freedom to everyone who wanted to visit us at that time. But we don't have nothing in common with those people.
You have nothing in common whatsoever, you're saying?
Thank you.
Okay, good night. This is WVON Cicero. Wesley South here, and we have your question or your comment, please. Hello?
Hello.
No. This is the hotline.
I'd like to, for Muhammad to answer 3 questions for me, please.
I give you one. We got about 80 seconds. Go right ahead.
Well, the first one is he didn't explain exactly about living next door to the white people that I didn't quite understand, and about Cassius Clay, whatever his name is. He didn't explain that too well either. I'd like for him to explain this again, and about the lady that called, regarding the lady on the phone about the righteous people. Did he state what color God was?
She asked you, would you state what color God is?
Number one, the color of God is the color of the first people on the earth. And the first people on the earth was black people. And that is the God.
I'll turn off your radio, please, ma'am. Go right ahead. And the next one, your next answer, Mr. Muhammad.
And as far as living in the neighborhood of the white people, I thought I made sense with you. In the neighborhood. That is, be yourself and don't go in that neighborhood trying to be one of them and forcing your person on them. Stay in your house and be peaceful and quiet in your home and keep your home clean in and out. This is the thing that white people run from the so-called Negro. He is afraid the Negro is so unclean that he will devalue his own property.
I'm going to have to take you off here, Mr. Muhammad. We've run out of time.
Thank you.
I'm not on this work during this mission of myself. It is Allah who has chosen me to do this work, and I rely solely upon Him. My trust is in Him. And if He gives me up to the hand of some wicked one, then I am still satisfied. So long as it pleases Allah. I do not run, nor am I afraid of the consequence. The only thing that I'm mission to do is to deliver the truth to my people. And my life is in the hands of Him who missioned me. And I'm satisfied.
I notice that you have quite a few, I should say more than adequate protection. What about your conference on Saturday? You're having an annual conference, and I think it will be Saturday and Sunday, if I remember correctly, sir.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Do you intend to call that conference off?
No, by no means.
Do you think that anyone might try to come in and dynamite the place?
It don't make any difference with us.
what anyone have in mind to do against us with evil. We have our trust in Allah, and when we make a promise like that, we do not break it. The only thing make us break it, it will be death.
One other question, sir. I notice that you do not teach violence. Do you teach passive resistance?
No. We don't teach the kind of a passive resistance. Let us make that clear. We don't teach violence. This is known by any Muslim throughout the Muslim world. We are not to be the aggressor.
But if somebody jumps on you...
But if anyone attacks us, we will try in the name of Allah to protect ourselves. But we will never be the attacker. Ourselves.
Now, would you hold on a moment, sir, while I make an announcement, please?
Yes.
This is the Hotline, ladies and gentlemen. Wesley South is your host. Tonight we are discussing, well, we have as our guest the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of Muslims here in Chicago. And our telephone number is 847-2602. I will ask Mr. Muhammad other questions, but I think I will wait just for a few moments. I was about to have a commercial, but we'll wait here and go back to Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, one other question. You have been said for many times you're supposed to be... Well, do you hate white people?
Do I hate white people?
Yes, sir.
I will say, as I have always said, they could have been any color they wanted. God wanted to make them. They could have been blue, green, yellow, any color. It is not so much as the color. It is the characteristic, the nature of the person. The race that you refer to is created, or rather made, just in the opposite of you and me. We are the original people, and these people are a people from us, and therefore his, rather their father, was not one that made his people in the nature of the original. It's just the opposite. He made a people wicked. And with wicked ideas. And with murder for that which they came from. The original darker people or black people. This they cannot help. This is the mistake that we make now, in trying to force upon them that which by nature they are not. They was not created for righteousness. And therefore they cannot do righteousness. They cannot do good by us because they was made as they are, to oppose good.
Well, do you teach race hate?
Race hate? No, I do not teach race hate. I teach truth. This is one mistake, rather a false charge that has been against me for over 30 years.
Well, I'll ask you this then. If you refer to white people as the devil,
this is not saying just referring to them as that. They are that. The thing of it is that when we said devil, it means a wicked person. And they are that because by nature they were made that. This is truth. You can't call truth hate. When we say that you are a member of the black nation, you are that. And that is not teaching hate. We're just telling the world who you are. And this is not to be considered hate.
How would you go about proving that they are the devil?
By that which God has given to us, this very nature in which they were created in. They were made, or rather grafted from the black people. And through the grafting, the nurse was taught to tell other than the truth to the mother giving birth to the black baby and brown baby. And this brought other than the truth into the very baby that is now being grafted out of black. That is known and is written
in the Bible, mentioned in the words of Jesus, as the Bible gives it, around John the 8th and 44, that they are the children of the devil, and that they can't do anything else. You can't change their nature unless that you regraft them.
Now, one other question. I wonder if you would just tell us, could you tell us very briefly, what is Islam?
Islam is an Arab word meaning submission.
Submission?
Yes, submission to the will of God.
And what is a Muslim?
A Muslim is one who has submitted himself, a righteous person, to the will of God.
You know, now you live next door, if I remember correctly, to a priest on one side of it. I think there are quite a few priests live on the north side of you. And there's a Negro preacher who lives on the south side of you, or it might be the other way around. And you have been pictured as a man of violence. I wonder if you could, and you've lived together there for 10 years. Could you explain why you are known as a man of violence?
My history is before the world, and especially here in Chicago for the last around 30 years. And since I've been in Chicago, history is the thing that anyone should look at and see whether that these charges are not. It's true. They're not true. We have been here in Chicago ever since 1934. Now soon will be 31 years ago. And there is nothing that we have done here to bear no such name. We have not attacked anyone. We have been attacked once or twice here. I think the first time was in 35. We are not the people to attack no one. We don't create no violence. We're over here on 53rd Street and Greenwood, and we came from 43rd Street there, and we used to be on 51st and Michigan Avenue. Let the people that make such charges prove that these charges is true. There's no record of us doing anything like violence.
Yes, sir. Well, now, there's another thing I'd like to know, and that is, I think our listeners would like also to know, you know, you have been talking about a separate state, and if you can't have a full freedom, now I'd like to know, do you mean this is what you want, or would you prefer to have full, if we had integration, would you go for this, or do you prefer a separate state?
I'm glad you asked that. Due to the fact that for the last 4 centuries that we, 300 of those years, was spent in servitude slavery without the knowledge of letters, even the spirit of the letter. They knew nothing for around 300 years. We were deprived of school. We were deprived of religion, or religious teachings by the white man. And we were deprived of everything but what the white man wanted us to be, and that was blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of civilization. Especially his kind and our kind. Therefore, today, in this modern time, we are still begging for the white man to give us equal justice. This is true. And he declined to do so. We are suffering in the streets and on the highways that blows from his hand and bullets from his gun, and there's nothing to it, or just another dead Negro, or a beaten Negro, or a beaten Negro woman. This we have now become to get sick of. We are tired of such life. We think now, since that we have gotten a little schooling from the white man's, or through the white man's educational system, that he says we are free. And that this little schooling that we have, and I think some of it is very good, I should not refer to it as a little, because we have some very fine professional people and educators
and we cannot refer to them, I should say, lightly. We have a lot of technicians in this government that is very capable of starting a government for their people. And that since we can't get along in peace, we should be separated. As we see Reverend Martin Luther King today, he's trying to get vote for the Southern so-called Negro. This, if he would be successful, who are the Southern Negro going to vote for? None other than the very people that is now kicking him around. We cannot expect to take the reins of this government and rule this people or this country. 20 million people or 22 million people of our kind who have suffered through our fathers, slaves, and has been subdued and spoiled by the slave master and his children. Should not even think about begging for no such thing as just a vote. We should beg to leave this people. We should beg for some of this earth that we can call our own. We can never be a nation as long as we power to be a subject people.
Well, I'd like to ask you another question. You know, it brings to my mind about the United Nations. There are 110 or maybe 115, I don't know what the count is now, different nations in the United Nations. They have different religious views and different political backgrounds, and they're very dissimilar. But they try to get together on their similarities and work out a solution on the similarities that they have. Maybe they can sit down to the conference table. Why don't you and Dr. Martin Luther King and Roy Wilkins and James Farmer and the other civil rights leaders get together and try to solve this problem together?
Well, that hardly can be done as long as the men that you mentioned by name does not care for the people, the mass. Pardon me. Achieving anything like an independent move from the slave master's children. We cannot get together like that until we see eye to eye the future of our people. We have to love our people. We have to have that in our heart. We have to love for them a good future, wherein that they can live in peace and be a prosperous nation like all other nations. I have tried unsuccessfully to talk with this particular people that you referred to, but they would like employment here for their people and a house in the section of the white people with them, and they would like intermarriage with them. This is very, very far from getting on the road for a good future for our people. A person today, after 100 years up from slavery, still desire that the slave master's children seek prosperity, seek the need or necessity for their people like the slave master did. Is far from being up with the modern time, change of time that is now wrapping on every dark man's door in America and in the world.
Well, do you
not hope for the white man to carve out a future for us? We cannot hope for the white man to continue to go and take the earth for the necessities of our life.
Do you Do you oh, I'm sorry, sir.
We can't do it.
Do you foresee yourself and Dr. King and Mr. Wilkins, as I said, I think you'll be coming together in the next year or so?
I'm not sure of that. I can't say that truthfully. These men could refuse indefinitely to come, to have a conference with me.
Yes, sir.
On the future of our people. They could refuse for indefinite time, I would say.
Well, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Say this.
Yes, sir.
That according to the time, that within the next 2 years, we will have to come to some kind of agreement or shut up.
One last question before we have a station break and then go to the telephone. And that is, could you tell us how many followers that you have in your I don't know, what do you call it, organization or your...
No, this is not called an organization. I will try and explain this.
Yes, sir.
This is the uniting of our people back onto their own kind.
Yes, sir. Well, how many are...
organization is referred to in the biblical histories, or prophesy, I should say, in Quran, as the resurrection of the dead.
How many followers do you have then, sir?
I estimate them. I don't know myself. If I would say so, I would tell other than the truth.
I understand, but approximately.
But I estimate them something like between 200,000 and 300,000.
200,000 and 300,000.
Yes, sir. Throughout the country.
Well, now, if you'll hold on, sir, we're going to have a station identification.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wesley Sal, the hotline. Our guest tonight is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, spiritual leader of a group of Muslims who adhere to his teaching of race pride. And as you've heard him give the explanation of what he is teaching. Our telephone number is 847-2602. That's 847-2602. Please make your comments brief and to the point, and have your radios turned off.
You're listening to WVON Cicero.
So we're back on the air, ladies and gentlemen. Wesley South is your host, and now we have our first caller. This is the hotline.
Hello.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, this morning I'd like to make a comment to Mr. Muhammad.
You'll have to speak a little louder. Go right ahead.
Yeah. I want to say, Mr. Muhammad, about Malcolm. I think if Malcolm had never broke from the organization, I think he probably might have been living today. But since he did, I think this is somewhat where the difference come in. And I hear them say he had something like 200,000 or 300,000 people, but there are 20 million Negroes in this country. And I think most of the Negroes doesn't condone the program which he's functioning. Now, he's speaking of Martin Luther King. We ain't no violence. And he doesn't know that, he should know that hatred comes when you have one organization like the Muslims, or like the Ku Klux Klan, or like the Nazis we have here. All those things break hate. He may not speak it direct, but Jesus Christ is in the house. And if you got fire in the house, it's bound to break loose and burn down. And that's what he's doing. And I'm so proud that the Negroes today hadn't been to the point where we had 8 or 10 million Negroes participating in his organization. And I don't think there ever will be. But I think down the way somewhere, he should change his methods of thinking.
All right. Did you have Mr. Muhammad, did you have a comment?
No, we'll never...
Just a second, sir. Let Mr. Muhammad speak, please.
I would like to ask the gentleman, what does he consider hate that I'm teaching?
Did you hear the question, sir?
Yes.
Go right ahead and answer.
Well, if you go to teach organizations such as like the white Ku Klux Klan, it's just about the same. They want everything to stay white. He wants everything to stay black, so you're bound to hate someone. And when you start to hate it, when you have this, you're not going to have freedom. You're going to have fiction all the time. And this way, fiction is coming. It come in the organization of the Ku Klux Klans and all the other clans.
All right, let him...
And now it's beginning to come in his organization. So if we're going to teach this year, we're not going to be in the police. They are not going to be in the battle of the Ku Klux Klan. They're going to have assassinations. They're going to kill people left and right. And this is just the beginning.
All right, Mr. Muhammad.
And do you call a people that want to keep and maintain their own racial pride as teaching hate
If you call that hate, when a person wants to keep their own race pure, I do not think that we are teaching hate when we say that we want to keep our own race pure and without the strange blood of other nations.
All right. Thank you very much for calling, sir.
Thank you.
Good night. This is the Hotline, ladies and gentlemen. Wesley South is your host. Our guest tonight is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Well, we're back on the air, ladies and gentlemen. Wesley South is your host. We're having a little trouble with our electronic equipment. The last call is, if he would hang up his line, I don't know whether he did or not, we can't release it, so we don't know what is happening. Mr. Muhammad?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else on here?
No.
No, I don't hear anyone either. So I'll have to ask you another question. And that is, until she tries to solve this. We were talking, I wonder if you would tell us how you became a Muslim and how you became a messenger. I mean...
Well, that was in the choice of he that, Allah rather, I should say, came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. In fact, about it...
Who was that, Mr. Farad, you say? Did you say Farad Muhammad?
Farad Muhammad.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. In fact, about it, he has made it clear that we all are Muslims. Muslims means a person who is by nature belonging to a divine family. And we are that people. By nature, we are the righteous. But getting lost and falling other than righteous has caused us to be a long ways, we call it astray, from actual self. This was done through the prejudice of our fathers by the white American people from our native land and people some 400 years ago. And since that the people of the earth was given to be subjects for the white race for 6,000 years, it has destroyed the black man, practically.
Well, I wonder if you'd tell us who is Mr. Farad.
Mr. Farad Muhammad is the one that was predicted to come from the east, seeking the lost members of the original people who have gotten lost.
Did he come here to this country?
He came to this country in 1930.
1930. Uh-huh. And where is he now?
Well, personally, visible, I could not tell you. But spiritually, he's always with me.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing that the lost members of the original people should hear, rather have a clear knowledge of before there can be any final judgment. That is the knowledge of themselves and the knowledge of others. This man is the one that it was predicted that he would teach us the knowledge of self and others. And this he has been done for the last now 34 years. And we must remember that if there is no but we are members of that people and has been dead to the knowledge of our membership for the past 400 years or maybe for 5,000 years. As most of the darker people on the earth today lost the knowledge of themselves for the last 4,000 or 5,000 years. And now they are awakening to the knowledge that they are the original people of the earth and that the earth actually belongs to the black man. And this is due to the combination of the rule and time of the white race. Everything is coming up after us according
to the prophesy of the prophets of God that would take place in this time.
Mr. Muhammad, there's another question. We know there are some people who say that if they leave I was reading this in one of the magazines here, that if they leave desert your teachings, I guess is the word I should say, that
would be better.
Yes, sir.
Teaching, because it's actually, as I first said,
yes,
this is a joining on again with your own. This is the resurrection of the mental dead people.
Well, let's say that if they do this, that they are threatened, they are beaten. Would you comment on that, please?
This is the trial. It is given that we go through trials by those who have been our master. And pulling away from them, they are permitted divinely to try you. And the Holy One teaches us, will you be let alone with just saying you believe and not be tried? And the devils, the Holy One said, is me. And God has given them the privilege to try everyone that leaves them and returns to God.
Now we're going to stop here. Ordinarily, ladies and gentlemen, we do not play one of the commercials twice, but we're going to try it again tonight and play another milk from Joe Louis. We'll be right back immediately after this commercial. Well, we're back on the air, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to say a very bad word for the telephone company. We were depending on letting you come in and speak with Mr. Muhammad tonight, but for some unknown reason, they're shaking their head, and we're unable to disconnect that very first call that we had. It's not our fault. It's the telephone company's fault. They came here, they looked at the console, they say your conference call is ready to operate. On our very first call, it went kaflooey. And this is one of the things that we say we are sorry, but it's beyond our control. So the telephone company is trying to rectify it down at their central office. This is one reason we've had these extra commercials on tonight, trying to talk with them. But unfortunately, at this point, they say they may get it done within the next 2 or 3 minutes. But if they don't, we will just see what will happen. Now let's get back to Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, we have about 15 more minutes here. And I'd like you to tell me something, if you would, about the different businesses that you have. I understand that you feel that, that Negroes should have their own economy. Do you mean a segregated economy?
Yes, we cannot hardly do too much in building up an economy system for the so-called American Negro under the economy system of the white man. But we can go a long ways towards doing away with so much waste, extravagance among people who have never been used to anything like luxury. And as soon as they get a chance to enjoy a little, he goes to the extreme. Wastes all of his wealth, rather income, trying to compete with his master. And this keeps us a slave to the master. We should try first to build up an economical system that would force or compel us to keep away from waste and build up a bank of our own to help guard ourselves against poverty and want.
Well, sir, what is I noticed something every time you say something about a Negro, you say so-called Negro.
He is a so-called, he's not a Negro. There is no such thing as a race of people on this earth that can be called a Negro and be justified in giving them such name. we are the members of the aboriginal people of the earth. And from a tribe, God taught me, by the name of Shabazz, which took place about 50,000 years ago, from a dissatisfied scientist. And therefore, we cannot call ourselves Negro, since the black nation here in Africa don't call themselves Negroes. That's where our fathers came from.
Well, do you think that, would you prefer taking the Negroes back to, well, the so-called Negro back to Africa, or would you, when you're asking for a separate state, or would you want to have a separate state within the United States?
Here is the alternative. Right there is the place divinely appointed that we should return to. That is to our native land. That's our native land and people. We should be returning to them. And that we can live with them, but we have to have their religion. We can't live among the people of Islam, as the West call them, Mohammedans, unless that we believe in Allah and believe in the